We don't need to be spicy on this week's Cold Open because space company CEOs are doing it for us. Welcome to the Flame Trench.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal. Flight down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Look at that. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
It's Friday, so you know what that means. It's another Flame Trench. Welcome, everybody. I see chat rolling by. Let me get some 5x5s so I know you can hear me loud and clear. I'm Jack Byer for NSF. This is our weekly informal recap show. There you go. Thank you, chat. And yeah, we are going to get pretty spicy this week. There's been some good interactions, shall we say, going on space Twitter and space social media. So should be a good one. As always, EJ is reading a book. EJ, what are you reading today, EJ?
Oh, we got the Encyclopedia of Aviation,
Nice.
obviously.
What is that, a F4 on the front? What is that? That's beautiful. That's not an F4.
No.
A5 or something?
Chat, tell me.
I actually don't know what that is. It's a Navy plane.
If
I'm
you
waiting-
know.
I'm waiting for
You know.
chat. I think chat might be a little bit behind. No, it's not a Phantom. Definitely
No,
not
it's
a Phantom.
not a Phantom. It's a, I think it's a T-45, I think.
I'd believe it.
I'd have to
Well,
look.
while we wait for chat to tell us what kind of plane that was, we're also joined this week by Alex. Alex, you really had to bust out the MacBook, didn't you? Like you had to, like you want to look extra fancy on your computer.
I don't
You
have
like-
books, so I have to do my bit with
You
this. Anyways,
don't have
I'm
books?
actually with stuff open, just
Sure. Just wait. Chat will learn about how you don't know how to computer, which is hilarious. But
Oh, jeez.
we'll talk about that later.
you just broke my bid. I had my bid and just
Well,
trashed it.
just gonna have to deal with it.
Mm.
Ryan in chat says Alex is actually writing SBU right now.
Well, I have SBU open. Like it's not a joke. Hang on, I can bring it up.
Yeah, it was a flyover
maybe
week
not,
too.
maybe
We did a flight over Starbase, so Ryan
just
jokes, but it's actually pretty true.
It's just the summary for now, like the skeleton, so to speak, of the
Nice.
script. I have to fill it up. Everything.
Well, stay tuned for that on Monday. But in the meantime, we have a bunch of stuff from the week to talk about. Starting off with New Glenn.
No, Glenn.
It's New Glenn. Hooray! More Blue
New
Origin
Glenn's-
activity at the Cape. The Pathfinder was messed around with a bit in port, shall we say. EJ, what's going on with New Glenn?
So, Blue Origin took their New Glenn first stage Pathfinder down to Port Canaveral, and they used it to test their breakover device. Now, the breakover device is that blue pointy structure on the more left side of the screen right there. So, what does a breakover structure do, and why is it needed? A breakover structure is designed to take a first stage that's vertically landed, in this case, and move it horizontally. Blue Origin has opted to use a breakover device. Now, there is other rockets that land vertically, kind of actually down the pier a little bit from this one, that don't need a breakover procedure because they just use two cranes. Like with Falcon 9, you attach a crane to the top, you attach a crane to the hold down point, and then whoop, you turn it that way. But Blue has opted, probably due to New Glenn's ridiculous size, and I say ridiculous in a good way. It is a big launch vehicle. They've opted to use a breakover. And so they had the Pathfinder out there at Port Canaveral and used that big honking crane with the white boom right there to grab the top of this thing and turn it vertical and then bring it back down. It's pretty big. That first stage is 7 meters in diameter, and I mean, how tall do we think it is? It's pretty tall. How much?
58 meters.
58 meters. Okay,
Beast.
that's like 24 feet wide and 160 feet tall for the people from countries that landed on the moon.
Yeah, thank you. Freedom units, America.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Using minutes.
Have you landed on the moon, Alex? Have you landed on the moon?
Damn.
You probably haven't landed on the moon even on Kerbal. So
I have.
that's for Jack, though.
I have
EJ.
many times.
Yeah.
Crashing doesn't count, boy.
Crashing doesn't count as landing.
A guy strands his Kerbals on Eve for decades, one time, and he never lives it down. Like, Eve is hard to ascend from. Give me a break. I fulfilled the contract.
Really
the contract. What more do you want from me? I got the money. Yeah, this contract never said anything about bringing him home. Anyways, New Glenn.
Continue, EJ. Sorry.
So yeah, they're testing the breakover procedure for recovering a landed New Glenn stage. As we know, New Glenn's first flight, Blue, from what I understand, is going to attempt the landing. And the breakover device and testing it is pretty dang telling here. Another thing is that we know that their landing platform Vessel 1 has moved out of its port, I think it was in France, for a transatlantic crossing to basically be moored right next to where this breakover fixture is in Port Canaveral. So I've always said, guys, that, talk is cheap in the spaceflight industry. I could say I'm going to the moon. Oh, yeah, I have a rocket, and we're going to the moon in a week. All right, that means nothing if you don't have a rocket and a fixture and a launch pad. Maybe a couple of things you need there to get to the moon, like a lander, maybe, right? Talk is cheap, and the hardware speaks for itself, right? I mean, now don't get me wrong, that hardware right there, the landing platform is obviously Blue's planning on landing the rocket, so it makes sense that their landing platform will move out. The Pathfinder that they're using for the breakover procedure is not an actual first stage, but we have seen other pictures being posted by Blue's new CEO, a guy by the name of Dave Limp, posting pictures of flight hardware for New Glenn, and more importantly, flight hardware that's actually working. Right. He posted New Glenn's forward section. Yeah, the forward section, the inner stage with the fins actually working, talked about its thermal protection systems, and also showed pictures of its RCS firing.
Wait. Sorry. Just let me interject for a moment here.
Yes.
Kevin, can we see that inner stage footage? Just indulge me for a moment. Okay. Somebody on Twitter retweeted this. I forget who they were. Sorry, whoever it was. But they were like, I wish there was audio. And I'm like, okay, hang on. I can handle the audio. I'll tell you exactly what it sounds like. And then it's like, wait, where's the venting? Where's the RCS?
That's another video.
Oh, okay. Dang it.
It's on another one.
Ruined my bit.
This is just the fins.
That's all it sounds like. Anyways, there's your informed audio commentary. EJ, please continue saying smart things so this failed bit can die forever.
No, I'm here for it, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm here for it.
No, don't full screen me. Full screen EJ. He's smart.
No. Keep him up there. Keep him up. I'll just talk in the background. Yes. All right. Cool. So, all right. Seriously though, bring the interstage footage back. Seriously though, it's kind of hard to talk about it. I mean, unless Jack wants to outgas for us, it's hard to. I mean, all right, moving on. Okay, really moving on for now. So this piece of equipment right here, guys, it's a dead giveaway that it's either a very high fidelity version of what's actually going to fly or something that actually is going to fly. Is how they have positive pressure. If you look down at the bottom, there's a bunch of tubes, series of tubes. The internet is going into the bottom of the vehicle. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh, my guy. All right. There's a series of tubes going in here. It's over there, isn't it? There's a series of tubes going in here.
It's like a smart truck. It's a smart interstage. It's an I interstage.
Right? So, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, all right. So they're trying to create positive pressure inside of it, which means there's something in there that's susceptible to FOD, and most likely it's flight hardware. So that this is either going on a New Glenn or is providing corroborating analytical data for another identical piece, identical, that's going to launch relatively soon. So, like I said, guys, look for the flight hardware. Blue has posted pictures of their landing leg design, their landing leg being tested. So we know there's an engine section. We got the inner stage now. We got the breakover procedure. We have the breakover device for the breakover procedure. We have the landing platform vessel moving out. And also, Kevin, I don't know if you have this teed up in the back, but we also have the Escapade satellites, the satellites that is Blue's first payload for their first rocket, the Escapade mission. Rocket Lab actually on their stream when they did a stream of launching their rocket the other day, they had a little bit on the satellites because they made the Escapade satellites and they said they're shipping them out to the Cape. So like I said, look for the hardware. The hardware's there. I'd say we're pretty close to seeing a New Glenn launch considering they decided to move the payloads, right? That's a big one. That's the most important piece, arguably, right? So, I don't know. What do you boys say? I'd say New Glenn probably September, October, something like that from what I see here.
Yeah, that would seem plausible to me, which means we're going to have a really busy autumn/winter, which I'm here for. But
There's also,
go ahead, Alex.
because there were also very much more recent sort of like pieces of news from this. For example, on the tweet from Dave Lamb, he mentioned that now that they're bringing their platform vessel, their landing platform vessel one is going to be coming here to the port in a couple of weeks. Essentially, that's about the time that it takes for them to bring it here. That what they're going to be rehearsing once that comes back, it's they're going to be putting an engine section on the platform. They're going to be deploying the landing legs, and then they're going to be putting it on that stand, on that breakover fixture, and then do the whole retraction of the legs. So he essentially explained that they're going to be doing that sort of processing without the entire booster, because they don't need that. They have already done the breakover thing. The breakover part is already tested, but now they need to be able to test the folding of the legs as soon as they remove the booster of the landing barge, and then they put it on the breakover fixture. The landing legs fold, and then they break over horizontal, and off it goes on the transporter. So that's sort of what they're going to breach that gap in between that sort of processing. Also, apparently there was a second stage of a New Glenn being sighted around KC, and apparently it's a flight hardware. So they're already for the first flight. They are already rolling. The second stage is already at the pad essentially by now, because it was in like a couple of days ago. So it has most likely already arrived to the launch site. That means the booster should be close, right? And we don't know if that interstage is going to be part of that first flight booster, or if if it is for another flight or anything. It is a flight hardware though. It is for flight, but we don't know which one. And then another thing was as well that apparently they are going to be testing I think it is the radar systems or something or the communication systems for the booster next month. So they're going to be taking the platform out at sea, like 12 miles out, and then they're going to be with a helicopter. They're going to be using that to simulate the booster coming down for a landing, with like the communications package that New Glenn has. Nice. They're going to be testing that. So that means that they are, obviously expecting that first landing to happen on the first flight, and hopefully, we get that. I think there's a good chance that we at least see both stages on the pad by September. We'll see if for a launch, but we'll see.
We have a poll in chat. New Glenn when? September, October, November, or later? I'm gonna go with October. Right now, later is in the lead, which I understand, but I really feel like New Origin. I feel like Blue Origin has been picking up steam with New Glenn. And we did have a question from Demian asking if Blue Origin will attempt a landing on their first flight. We haven't heard anything official, but it certainly looks like they're putting all the pieces in place to be able to do that should they choose to. All right, so chat, if you have questions about anything we're talking about, I didn't do this at the start of the show, so I'm doing it now. I'm a good host. just type at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we'll see the question pop up. Because y'all ask some good questions. But first, I have questions. My first question for you two and for chat is in one of those tweets from David, right? David Limp, the CEO.
Dave Limp.
He said something to the effect of those forward fins we saw actuating on the interstage, that those would be used to control New Glenn, quote, during ascent and descent. Do you think that was just PR, like, misspeak, or do you think that was literal? EJ, go first, because Alex really wants to talk, so I'm not going to let him.
Me?
No, you don't get to go first. EJ goes first. You know what I'm talking about, EJ? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I mean,
I heard a bell ring.
You could use those for ascent, I suppose. I mean, I'm not sure what you'd be doing with them during ascent. And when I say I'm not sure what, I don't mean I'm not sure. Why would they do that? I mean, I actually don't know. There could be something. Could be something with New Glenn's aerodynamics on the way up. I mean, I really don't know what that would be used for off the top of my head, but I mean, I don't know. You got to compare it to something that's analogous, right? We know that, like, Super Heavy, for instance, turns its grid fins during hot staging to get it more pitching moments so it can flip over.
Right.
I don't know. Does that count as ascent? I'm
Yes.
not 100% sure, right?
I would say yes, because even after SEP, we all know the booster continues upwards for quite some time. Same as the SRBs with shuttle. There we go. We've mentioned shuttle, so Crispy won't fire us. And with Falcon 9, the rocket keeps going up for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I would class that as ascent, even if it's something after Miko, but while the booster is orienting itself for burns and landing.
Yep.
Alex, what do you think, my good chum?
I don't know. They obviously have gimbaling on the B4 engines, but if it helps, why not? Use it. That's my take.
That was the shortest Alex answer in the history of Alex answers. Good job.
I don't have a preference. Like my preference is, yeah, sure, do what you please.
Wait. This is the video. This is the video I wanted to do sound for.
We got it.
Kevin,
ladies and gentlemen,
can you start it over?
Got it.
I need it to start from the beginning. That's what the audio would sound like.
What?
This is great content.
Oh my god.
All right, moving on. Moving on. My other question is, whenever New Glenn does land on their barge, do we know, or what do we think will happen in terms of before it gets actually transported back to the Cape? Is that, are they going to do the breakover on the barge, or are they going to carry it back vertically? Like, do we have an answer in that respect?
Vertically.
Yeah, I think Alex is right. I think it's vertical. Harry Stranger actually posted on X a little, I think yesterday, that new Blue Origin filed a patent at the very end of last year for an energetic welding application for landing legs. So from what I understand, and don't get me wrong, I'm not the biggest expert on this, it seems like New Glenn will weld itself to the landing platform.
That's so cool.
Automatically. I don't know if it's thermite or something, but that's the only thing I can think of that does energetic welding. I'm sure there's something else. I know there's something else. I just don't know what it is.
I remember hearing about that. Holy cow. I'll just weld myself to the barge. And that answers Khalid's question if Blue has the equivalent of an octograbber to secure the booster after landing. Possibly not, if it just welds itself to the barge. Best octograbber is no octograbber. Although that makes me sad. I love octograbber.
That brings memories of when people thought that Falcon 9's legs were being welded to the deck. And it was not that the legs were welded. They welded tacks. Well, also chains, but they had these little pieces that they would put on the legs, on the front of the legs, and those pieces will be welded. But the pieces were just, I don't know, like an airport on a runway, and you put the thing on the wheels so that it doesn't keep rolling or something like that.
Yeah, they're called chocks.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and so that's what they put on the legs, and then once it was secured like that, then they put the chains on the deck, and the chains will be welded to the deck of the drone ship. One thing that I will tell you though, we're hearing a lot about the first flight of New Glenn. What
Yeah.
about the second one? When do you
Go
guys
on.
think that might happen? Because I have also a little piece there of information that has surfaced lately.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, Alex. I wasn't thinking that far out, to be honest with you.
Might not be that far out though.
I mean, they're gonna. I would say, just like any first flight or any test flight, that it really depends on how well this flight goes. You know,
Yeah.
every flight you're gonna learn something, right?
But like
Gonna-
all things
Oh.
nominal, it goes flawlessly. Because that's what Blue wants, right? Like they're not approaching this from the same, at least from my outside perspective, it does not appear that they're approaching this from the same fly, fail, fix, refly mentality that's like SpaceX is doing, where it's like, yeah, it blew up, who cares? Like it really feels like to me Blue Origin wants this stuff to work the first time right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm
So
kind of with you on that one.
this week, apparently, well, this week, no, it's already last week. But apparently, Blue Origin filed an FCC, so a communications permit with the FCC, or at least requested a communications permit with the Federal Communications Commission to launch the MK1 Blue Moon lander no earlier than March 2025. And I'm going to
Dang.
bet if that's not the second launch, at the least, maybe the third launch of New Glenn. And that's essentially why I was like, when do you guys think it's going to be the second launch? If the first is like September, October,
Yeah.
are they going to be able to even launch a second one before the end of the year? Or will that, Blue Moon MK1 Pathfinder will be like the second? I don't know.
Well,
I've heard conflicting
Alex,
information, but we'll see.
yeah, dude. I mean, it's entirely possible that they're using parallel development here. So,
EJ, are you having a crowd strike moment? What's going on with your background?
That's the ISS feed when it goes like out.
Kevin, you want to, do me a solid here and.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, it's fine. Kevin, you want to help me out here? It's not distracting at all. It's totally fine. This is great.
All I want to do is read what it said. The
Yeah, I know, I'm kinda
international
curious. What does that
space
say?
has been on an interrupted due to. Okay, yeah. Anyways, New Glenn.
Oh, I see in the
It's-
preview. That's Dee's video, right?
Alex,
Thank you.
let the man talk.
He's just laughing itself.
No. I was trying to dial it back in, man. All right. Okay, so it's entirely possible that they're doing parallel development with New Glenn. That basically means, like, I said that interstage that we saw testing where Jack made the funny noises,
Funny in air
that
quotes.
might, yeah. I thought it was funny. Anyway, it's entirely possible that might be for the second flight, right? It might not be for the first flight. They could be doing development and validation, and as long as it passes validation, you're good. The risk of doing parallel development like that is if you don't pass validation, then you have to retool everything, right? I don't think that's what's going on here. Blue has had a good amount of time to get New Glenn. Dang, look at that freaking rocket!
It's so beautiful.
To get
It's
it-
so like that
dude,
was,
it's a beast.
That's how I
a
wanted to
monster.
close this segment, is just by gushing about how beautiful even this Pathfinder is. But please finish
Yeah.
your thought, and then we will gush.
Simulator.
So, long story short, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's probably 4 or 5 New Glens in the pipe or something. That's a guess. I have no insider information there. It's just a guess, And Alex, that speaks to that. They might have the Flight 1 stack, and they might have used their Flight 2 stack to do the validation testing to validate that the systems work, so the Flight 1 stack can fly. The idea is that, well, you can get stuff done faster if you're doing parallel processing. However, once again, if you run into any speed bumps, you're gonna have problems.
You're gonna have to go back and
because
do retrofits and whatnot, which is time consuming and cost intensive.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen parallel processing and parallel development from Blue Origin in the past. I'm resisting the urge to say New Origin, guys, because you
I
said
did. I did
many
it. I
times in
cursed you.
chat.
I'm sorry. I
Dang
cursed
it.
you. I'm sorry. I apologize.
We've seen them do this in the past with B4. They were test firing B4s while they were also doing acceptance testing, or not test firing. They were doing other types of tests on turbine machinery and also manufacturing engines at the same time. So that's what it was.
Right.
And that's how they were able to scale BE4s. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I know I can't mention the BE4 without someone going, but the Raptor. I understand. Raptor is amazing. You're not wrong. But think about this in the construct of what New Blue Origin is doing. Blue Origin. Think about what they're doing. They're scaling BE4s as well. And if you're going to do that, and if you're going to set up for scale, parallel development is what makes sense, because if something goes wrong with a booster, you could just fix the next one.
God,
If something
look at
goes
that.
wrong with a rocket.
Look at that.
Dude,
7
she's
of
a
those.
beast.
7 of those puppies.
Dude,
Let's go.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's pretty damn cool.
Let's
It's pretty
go.
cool for
No,
what
it's
it is.
actually hot, EJ.
You are not wrong, my friend. You're not wrong.
Filling in for Sawyer this week as
Hey, Sawyer is missing, right? So
You got
he's
the
not
buzzer.
here.
Don't say he's missing. Like, we know where he is.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, he's missing the flame trench.
okay.
How about that?
I have further questions, and we do need to move on to the next topic. And we have viewer
Hit me
questions
with
as
those
well.
laser beams. What's
So
up?
my other personal Nuglin question is that simulator, which has been getting a lot of action around the Cape, doing various tests and just validating procedures and flow. Do we think the flight New Glenn is going to look basically the same? Like, the simulator seems like the weld lines between the individual ring sections has not been like ground down and painted. Like, you can see the ring. It's like, do we think
Yeah.
that's what New Glenn is going to look like proper, or is that just what this?
No.
Like, why do the extra
No.
work on the simulator?
Alex, you got this one?
Yeah, and the
Go for it.
actual so the simulator is just like that because that's how it was built. I think it was built like in 2017, 2018.
It's just built different.
So yeah, it's just built for being a simulator. But the production sections are built with barrel sections, and so you
Yep.
don't see all the rings. Even like on Super Heavy and Starship, if you're looking from far away, the only weld lines that you see are the ones for the barrel sections. You have
Right.
to actually go close to see the individual rings on each of the barrel sections. The barrel sections, I believe, on New Glenn are probably like made into a roll, and so that's how they do it. On Falcon 9, it's actually panels that they weld together. But yeah, I think it's also like painted on. We actually had Max took a picture of one of those, a New Glenn booster, without the engine section and without the forward module, what they call the mid module, but it was nothing mid. That's what we call it.
Oh, dude, no.
We did that joke when
Please.
it happened because it's called the mid module. It's like the tankage section, just the methane and oxygen tanks, and they call it the mid module, and we said it's nothing mid. But yeah, and you can see it was like smooth. You couldn't see all of the barrel sections or anything like it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Other
dude,
than that,
um,
I'm also wondering because the early renders of New Glenn had the strakes, the fins, and some of the raceways and whatnot. They were all white. But lately, I've seen more updated renders that show them in black. Yeah, there's the flight hardware. Actually, you cannot see the strakes nor the fins because the engine section and forward module are essentially like simulators, but the mid module, the middle of that, it is flight hardware, and you
Got
can
it.
see it's smooth. But that's one of the things that I'm wondering about, if we're gonna see the strakes, interstage, and like the fins and everything, all of that being black, because in some more recent updated renders it is black, so
I
that would
think
be
it would
awesome.
be. I think it would be pretty hot. Also, or blue. Like, I think blue would look sick too. Something like that. I mean,
Hey,
White,
it's just
white and
added
black would be
mass,
like Falcon
man.
9 if
it
you
would.
think about it.
Right?
Let's do some viewer questions about New Glenn before we move on to our next topic. And yes, we're going to talk about Raptor 3, and yes, we're going to talk about Starliner. We're just going through the topics. Just chill. Just wait like
All the
5 minutes.
things.
Flawed Perspective says, if Blue launches a lander in March 2025, Elon is going to have an aneurysm. It's not really a question, but it's something I thought of when you brought it up, Alex.
Yeah,
that would be a little bit of a coup for Blue, even if it's just a lunar lander Pathfinder, to launch that before Starship HLS prototype gets launched, because it's like tortoise and the hare, and I could totally see their PR team or their comms team playing that off as like, look, we're catching up. So that would be really interesting to see if they actually do launch their Mark One. What did you call it, Alex? A Mark One Pathfinder?
Yeah, Mark One Pathfinder. From what I've seen though, maybe I didn't look through the entire description. It kind of looks like it's more to shake up so it's like MK1 Pathfinder. So just by the name, it kind of looks like it is a Pathfinder of MK1, right? And the MK1, it's like the stripped down version of the lunar lander
Right.
for HLS. It's like much smaller. It's only 30 tons. Well, only.
Only.
30 tons is still very big, but the final one, the one that they're going to be landing with humans on board, it's going to be at least 3 times more massive. It's going to be like 90 tons and all that stuff. It's very big. But this one is going to be smaller. It's going to be inserted into low Earth orbit. And from the description, it talks about it's going to be inserted into low Earth orbit. It's going to be there for a few days, and then it's essentially going to be doing a lot of maneuvering in high orbits around the Earth. Then it's going to go around the moon and going to be essentially using all of the communication systems and everything. I'm looking through the mission overview as they have it on the document.
Oh heck yeah! That guy in high vis though, that was some quality high vis.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see when that happens and whenever they actually are ready to be able to launch this. I think Eric Berger said something along the lines that no earlier than was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that document for March 2025.
Yeah.
Given his recent comments, I'm assuming that he recently got some kind of tour of Blue Origin. Like a couple of months ago, I think he talked about having to go to Florida for some secret project. I'm gonna be guessing that he probably got some sneak peek of some of that hardware. And if he says that, maybe March 2025 is a stretch, it might not be that far out. But still, the fact that they're trying, it's interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Love to see this program picking up steam. Flawed Perspective is asking, do we know what Blue Origin's FAA approval status is? I think the short answer is no.
No.
Good question, though. Like, given everything that we have to, that we see go on in Starbase, and the waiting that has to occur because of the FAA, hint, hint, it's a good question. It's a good question to ask. Speaking of having a video, Avenger is asking, where's a good spot to see New Glenn launch from? Cocoa Beach. We have a video about how to watch launches from the Cape. So mods, if somebody could spam that in chat, that would be very helpful. But I think Cocoa Beach wouldn't be a bad bet. But you'd be better served by watching that video and or asking an actual Cape person. Hal 9000 is asking, do we know when those Blue Origin test videos are from? Are we just assuming they are recent? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming they're recent.
They should be.
Yeah. I mean,
because we saw
if you look
the
at the hardware
rolling
in there,
by.
Yeah, you look at what's in the hangar in those pictures. Yeah, I mean, obviously you had that Pathfinder in there that they use for the breakover testing.
Right.
But there's also a lot of other things, dude. That's what I don't know if you guys have watched it on the camera. I was watching that video. I'm just like, dang, man. I was just straight up eyeing the hardware in the background of that promo footage. I'm like, hey, how you doing?
Ooh, look at that! There's a ferry. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, to Alex's point, we saw that piece of hardware roll out on Space Coast Live and then roll back. So presumably that testing occurred while it was out at the pad. Let's see, a couple more New Glenn questions. Goatman 2, what happened to Goatman 1? Is asking, do we know if New Glenn's first stage will do an entry burn like Falcon 9 or have a descent like Super Heavy without a landing burn? I think they mean without an entry burn. Do we know what kind of profile New Glenn's going to have coming back in?
I would say that it's probably going to do something like that. It's going to do some type of retro propulsion, supersonic retro propulsion. That's my favorite. That's my metal band name.
Yeah, there was at one point where that they will not do an entry burn, but more recently it was. So,
I mean, yeah, I mean,
uh,
you could use some kind of deductive reasoning here. Like Falcon 9 needs to do it because it's made out of aluminum, right?
Right.
Like that's why it has to do it. It'll just melt through. Starship and Super Heavy don't have to because of the stainless steel. The stainless steel can take more heat.
it also
And
stages at
obviously,
lower speeds. So
yeah, I mean, there's methyl oxide. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the other thing, dude, for sure.
New
And
Glenn
Blue is
actually it's
using,
like super fast at
yep,
staging because of the hydrolox upper stage.
yep. And I think because of that, you're probably going to. I mean,
Mm.
and keep in mind they're not using methane, right? They're using liquefied natural gas, which is methane, propane, and butane, and a couple of other things mixed in the right proportions. What are those proportions? Nah, we're not telling you.
Yeah. Boy, I
It's
tell
not-
you, that's a clean burning fuel. I tell you what.
That's a tell you
Yeah.
what. That's a nice clean burning fuel there, boy.
For whatever
Quality
reason,
propane.
in my brain, I have not like the bit that says EJ does a good Hank Hill impression has never been flipped. So every time you do it, I'm like surprised and delighted. Like EJ can do a really good Hank Hill, but I've seen you do it like 20 million times. It's just good every time. Please don't ever stop.
That boy Jack ain't right. I tell you what.
Tell you what. Mm-hmm. Dave Gospel asking any plans for making New Glenn second stage reusable. That's Project Jarvis, right?
We've seen whispers and like patents get filed. Yeah, but nothing, no flight hardware to kind of corroborate it, except that stainless steel Pathfinder thingamajig that they had out at Slick 36 a little while ago.
Right.
I haven't seen much in that way.
All right, well, there you go. Let me thank some people for the support, and we'll move on to our next topic, which is going to be Starliner. Yeah, we did say it was a spicy one this week. Ironclad becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much, Ironclad. We absolutely rely. Is that a train horn?
I like trains.
I mean, I train good. Car bad.
I like trains. Wait, did you say car bad?
Yeah, we've been over this. Train good, car bad. Yeah, I know you disagree. You're
don't
allowed
go
to
into
disagree. Let's not derail because train good.
Derail.
So let's not. Yeah. That's
You see what he did there?
Ironclad, seriously though, you're a Capcom member, so hopefully you've jumped into the Discord, which you now have access to, and said, hey, I posted the breakfast tacos I made in food chat. There's all kinds of space flight channels in the Discord. The Discord's awesome. We have recently had a crabbing in the Discord, which if that makes no sense to you, I wouldn't expect it to because you're not in the Discord. So get in the Discord and crab up. That's a good sales pitch, right? Booster 1058. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. George M, thank you for the support there. They are asking, will you have cameras set when SpaceX starts working on the trench for real so we can see progress on it, or will it only be via flyovers? It's a hard thing to see, but I mean, between the flyovers and any other angles that we can get, we will definitely keep as good a tabs as we can on progress on Pad B slash
the problem
Tower
of
2.
flame trenches that it's like you kind of have to look down on them unless they do some kind of mound, which I also expect them to do, probably both digging and elevating so that they can have plenty of room for that, I don't know, 300-meter flame from Super Heavy.
Yeah, given the height of the water table in Starbase as well, and like just the amount of flooding anytime it rains a moderate amount or the tide comes in enough, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some kind of mound component there.
I mean, that's what they had to do with 39A and 39B, dude. They had to do the same thing. That's why those pads are raised up off the ground.
Right. And it's funny you say that, Alex, because we did do a flyover yesterday morning, and so Membies should be getting those pics in the Discord and on the YouTube community page. So Membies, keep your eyes out for the flyover pics. I think Chris B is like sending them live right now. I think Mary's are already up. But when we were flying around Massey's and getting shots there, there was like one time, because we do multiple passes, right? There was one pass where I had a really good angle on the flame trench at Massey's, but I had to like twist my body and contort out the window and like be holding my camera out the window in the Airstream, which is insane, but I had a strap on, don't worry. But yeah, it can be challenging, suffice to say. It can be challenging to photograph flame trenches. Ellie Marie, thank you for the support. Musical Wolves, thank you for the super chat. They say Macs are good at spreadsheets and content creation and not getting viruses and just better hardware in general, and just better software in general, except for games. RC Horseman, thank you for gifting 10 red team. I'm surprised nobody started yelling during that whole thing. RC Horseman.
I'm not gonna be arguing about computers because I know I'm gonna
My
be
computer good,
scolded.
your computer bad. Tribalist. No, I'm not that person anymore. RC Horseman, thank you for gifting 10 red team memberships. M2M, thank you for the support. They say, hang on a second. It was Metric that landed you on the moon. Rule Britannia. Long live Metric. What's a kilometer? Musical Wolves. Again, thank you. They say, how often are customer payloads used on part of the first launch of a new rocket? I don't think it's super rare, but I also don't think it's super common. I mean, to me, the interesting thing is that Escapade is going to Mars. Like, how many first launches have sent a payload to Mars? And don't say Falcon Heavy because it didn't go to Mars. Ugh.
Well, I mean, in the past, guys, what generally you see for testing on a first flight, right? You see basically a big block of concrete or a big like water tank or something to approximate like the vehicle's, biggest payload that you could carry. Or you see a Tesla Roadster as your mass simulator. It's not the best mass simulator, but hey, I mean, Jack, I mean, it worked. You're right, it didn't go to Mars, but it's an eccentric heliocentric orbit between Mars and Earth.
Right.
No, that's good too.
It's just the number of times I've had to explain to friends of mine who are not into spaceflight. Like, they're like, didn't Elon send his car to Mars? And I'm like, I don't want to be the well actually guy, but no, it sort of went kind of some of the way to Mars.
When you look into when you look into like the sort of like stats, more or less like about it's like 50-50, right? If not, instead of like a concrete block, they might have like some kind of satellite-like structure with instrumentation and everything to be able to measure everything. You know what? This thing of like how often is customer payloads used on part of our first launch of our new rocket? Forget about a payload. What about humans on the first launch of a rocket? The space shuttle. There you go.
Yeah.
I've mentioned it again.
Yeah.
Like that
STS-1,
it was nuts.
Yeah, I think I said this last week, or at least recently. The older I get, and the more I think about the space shuttle, the more I'm just like, that was crazy. Not just STS-1, but the whole program. But especially,
they were cooking.
Yeah, they were cooking. They were cooking, like full on Michelin star, like Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
I mean,
even for Saturn V, they had 2 uncrewed missions first.
Right.
Yeah. And you guys want to hear something crazy?
And a proper abort system. Go ahead, EJ.
Yep. Right. You guys want to hear something crazy? Go and look at NASA's budget. Even after you adjust it for inflation, they developed the NASA side of things with the shuttle, which is arguably a big amount of systems. I mean, there were other stakeholders that had deeper pockets that worked on the shuttle program at the beginning, right?
Right.
Uncle Sam. But NASA developed that shuttle. NASA developed that shuttle on a budget adjusted for inflation. That's about similar to Gemini. Think about that for a second. Let noodle on that one. It's pretty crazy.
I don't like it. I don't like those noodles, EJ. That hurts my head and my soul and my brain.
The fact that the thing actually worked.
I don't want those noodles. I don't want those noodles.
Yikes.
Ninja Decimator.
I like noodles.
Come on, Kevin. There we go.
There you go.
Ninja Decimator, thanks for the super chat. People that are tuning in for the first time are probably like, what is going on? Ninja
That's the intention, yeah.
Lots of things are going on.
Yeah, that's the intention here.
That's why we're yapping here.
We don't want you to be informed. We just want you to kind of go, all right.
Right. Ninja Decimator is saying New Glenn gases should have been pews instead of psh. Maybe next time. Maybe for the outro, we'll give you the pews. Telstar86, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. We appreciate all the ways you can support us, and especially that one. They say, from the last week, could they launch Halo and PPE into Earth orbit, dock with Artemis 2 around the Earth instead of the Moon, and use Starship to push Gateway to lunar orbit?
You ran out of docking ports doing that.
Also, we were talking last week about the RCS issues where the Gateway cannot control itself when Starship is docked to it. So I struggle.
Good times.
I struggle to think that that it would be a good, it would be able to have a lot of control authority under a powered,
So
option of flight.
the
Go
reason,
ahead, EJ.
the reason why I said you ran out of docking ports is because, okay, the power and propulsion element, you were talking about longitudinal docking ports. So docking ports that are on the same axis as your axis of thrust from the vehicle, right? Any Kerbal player will know this, right? So you have your power and propulsion element, and then you have Halo. Halo has a docking port at the end, right? And then you have Orion attached to that. And then if you somehow got, where's your docking port for Starship at this point? Because that's your boost stage. That needs to be aligned with the long axis of the vehicle. I mean, you could do it sideways, but now you're getting into differential load here. The axial ports on Halo, if I had to guess, are designed to go with, the axial ports are actually built stronger, right? CBMs on the ISS are built the same way. Not a lot of people know that. You have axial and radial CBMs. So like the docking ports that are at the very ends of the modules, right? Those are designed to take more load relative to the ones that are on the sides, like on Node 2 or Node 3 on the ISS. I would assume the Halo is built something similar to that. I mean, I don't know for sure, but long story short, you need those two docking ports to be able to handle the load of the thrust, and it needs to be on the long axis. I'm not sure where HLS would play in this play nice with these things. Now, like maybe HLS moving a Halo in the PPE, no Orion, and then Orion goes later. Maybe that might work, but who knows if those docking ports, which are rated for more thrust, are rated to have 12 meganewtons of load of acceleration be put on them behind it. That's a lot. Starship's engines are big. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know if it's designed to do that.
And Booster 1058, thank you so much for the super chat. Cool. Let's move on to our next topic, which is Starliner. But once
we're
again,
dancing around it, aren't we?
We are. I'm scared.
Why?
But
Are you scared of, Jack?
I'm not actually. But yeah, thank you everybody for the support. We can't do this stuff without you. So it really means the most. Yeah, Starliner. We had the first presser in 2 weeks, and we got a lot of really good information. I feel like it was a really good presser. It was all the things we wanted to know. So EJ, let us in on what went down this week.
So there was a press conference that happened earlier this week where NASA officials came in and basically discussed what's called contingency procedures for the CFT2 mission. Now, what are contingency procedures and why do they have, why are they doing this? Contingency procedures are there in case, certain events happen. Kind of used in an emergency, but kind of not. Contingent means it's dependent on what's going to happen before it, right? So some of these contingency procedures, and all these contingency procedures are pertaining to the CFT1 mission. So they're pertaining to Starliner. I mean, I don't know if we needed to mention that, but so what's going on here is that NASA is looking at other ways to get Butch Wilmore, so Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, the pilot and commander of the CFT1 mission. They're looking at other avenues to maybe get them back down, and one of those included seat adjustment for Dragon and bringing them down potentially on the Crew 9 Dragon and having them do a long duration stay instead on the ISS and come down. I think it was February of 2025 when the next rotation mission happens. Now, once again, a lot of people are saying, I've seen this reported in the news, and it drives me up the wall. They're like, "Oh, they're stranded. They're stranded. They're going to come down on a Dragon." No. These are contingency procedures, guys. That means it really depends. Now, what does it depend on? It depends on the fault tree analysis that Boeing is conducting. Boeing and NASA, it's a joint thing. They're working together, are conducting because of Starliner's thrusters. What the heck's wrong with Starliner's thrusters? Okay, they overheat. That's the right way. That's the right way to say it. 2 press conferences ago, I think.
Can we amend that to be they get too spicy?
Sure, they get too spicy. I'll use that.
What is a nuclear reactor except for spicy rocks and water? Anyways, please continue.
Spicy, right? Okay, that works. That works. All right, so the thrusters are getting too spicy. So what's going on? So Boeing, with their thermal model, were their thermal model. So with the way that Starliner was tested, you're doing a lot of analytical testing on the ground, and then you test as much stuff as humanly possible before you actually go to put the whole thing together. The idea is that you don't want anything, you want to learn anything new during the test flight. However, it is always possible with any type of aerospace. You can't be 100% sure that it's going to work, right? You're going to have to fly it and get that data. There's no way we can predict exactly what the thing is going to do. Now, with that being said, what they predicted the thermal model, so how hot the engines were going to get, what the model that they had was clearly not what was encountered on orbit. So their analytical model is deviant from what actually happened. Now that's a great learning opportunity, right? But you want to learn new things during a test flight. You don't want to learn that. You don't want to learn that your thrusters can blow out and not work during a test. That's
Suboptimal.
It's probably something you should have figured out. But hey, whatever. I'm not an aerospace engineer. I'm just the guy who likes wrenching on my stupid cars in my garage, and I play Kerbal a lot. I don't know. I don't know better, right? So what I've been doing is, and what we've been doing is, and that's what these press conferences are for, is following their fault tree analysis, right? What's going on with these thrusters is because they're getting too hot, they're degrading the Teflon seals at the fuel injectors on the motors, okay? And the seal is getting degraded, particularly on the oxidizer side of things. So Starliner's thrusters are using nitrogen tetroxide and monomethyl hydrazine. These are hypergolic propellants. When they touch each other, they explode. The idea is that these two chemicals stay at room temperature because there's some weird chemical, right? It's some crazy chemical. It can stay at liquid up in the vacuum for long periods of time. So, and you also don't need to worry about like boil off or anything. Every spacecraft that's flying right now uses a form of hydrazine and NTO. Like Soyuz uses unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine in NTO. It's N2O4 for the chemists out there. I'm pretty sure you already knew that if you're a chemist, but whatever. So it's the propellant to use, right? But an important thing to note is that NTO is real nasty stuff. It's nasty for us. It'll kill you if you come into contact with it, like badly. That's why spacecraft fueling takes time. Even with other spacecraft like Dragon, it takes time to fuel these things up because you have to be very careful. But also, it's very it could degrade seals. It can ruin valves. It can do a bunch of different things. I mean, we've seen what happens when you shoot it at high velocity into a valve.
Right. Or when you have a COPV, have some solid oxygen form on it, and then gets pressed and then explodes.
I mean, those are different elements, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about oxygen. I'm an idiot. Ignore me.
No, I'm talking about NTO, nitrogen tetroxide. So you're getting seal degradation. So why is seal degradation bad? Well, it'll leak. You don't want it to leak. If it leaks and it finds some hydrazine leaking somewhere else, you can get an explosion inside of something. Now, they're not saying that stuff has happened, right? But all this stuff basically boils down to, I mean, NTO can boil too at high temperatures, which is not good for it. All this stuff is boiling down to is that their thermal models for how hot they thought the thruster blocks on Starliner, there's 4 of them. They're called doghouses. All this is coming down to is that they didn't do the math right. They did not do the math, or they were deviant in their they're deviant in their analytical model. Okay, so if I'm speaking a bunch of gibberish, basically the thrusters are getting way too hot. They overheated up on orbit, and that caused seal degradation, causing a lot of problems. I mean, Starliner also has helium leaks, right? But helium leaks are something that every spacecraft runs into. There's a reason why they have a margin for it, because you can expect helium to leak on every spacecraft. Now, so NASA discussed these contingency procedures, right? They discussed the contingency procedures because they're trying to figure out this fault tree analysis. That's the reason why Butch and Sonny haven't come back down. It is hard to conduct a fault tree analysis on a piece of hardware that is burned up in the atmosphere. So NASA's using their flexible ISS logistics schedule to keep Starliner up there for longer periods of time. But everybody construes that, oh, they're stranded. No, they're stranded. Nah. Right? Now, I'll tell you, getting your thermal model that bad, I mean, I don't know. We don't know how far they screwed up there. Well, what I'll tell you is that, I mean, once again, this is kind of more my personal opinion here. I think the Starliner program, you know, everybody's going to say, Boeing, this sucks. I think it's plagued by inexperience because Boeing's never done anything like this. They never made a capsule before. Think about it, guys. They've never made a spacecraft. And now don't get me wrong. It's not excusing this behavior. The inexperience is because management didn't hire the right people.
Well,
right.
Well, let me back up a second. X-37B is a spacecraft, but it's not a crewed spacecraft.
No, certifying something for human rating, dude, takes a completely different set of engineering constructs. There's of systems engineering constructs. You just compared an office building to a motorhome. Right. You know what I mean? Like, they're two way different things. Are they both things that you can live in? Right? Yeah, sure, of course, but they're not the same thing.
Right.
I mean, you could live in an office building. You get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
So once again, I'm not saying it's excusable behavior, but it seems like inexperience is what's going on here. But that's just my personal opinion. I mean, either way, no matter how you cut it, fault tree analysis, whatever, it's not a good look. It's really not a good look. This is, I mean, especially with Dragon, you know, its counterpart performing so well, right? Like, This is clearly not a good thing, right? But I don't know, man. When you think about it, I guess I want Starliner to work because for the same reasons that this contingency procedure for Sonny and Butch to potentially come down on a Dragon, I want Starliner to work for that exact reason, because of redundant, dissimilar architecture. I think that that's the right way to go. You need to have two ways to get into space, because if one has problems, you can use the other one.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of dissimilar redundancy.
Bingo. Exactly, man. Like, and there's a lot of vitriol being thrown towards Boeing, and a lot of it is well-deserved. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not. But I think it's what's more important, and it's more critical to future astronaut safety, is figuring out this fault tree. Now, Jack, that brings me to NASA had this presser, right? They had the presser this week. They hadn't done one in 2 weeks, dude. I think you should talk about this part. Why haven't they had one for a little while? Like, why did that happen? What was the avenue for making it happen?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer as to why they didn't have one for 2 weeks, other than, you know, they were already kind of getting roasted, and there was those outlets that were doing the everyone's stranded kind of stuff. And a lot of times space companies can sort of, I feel like there's an impulse in space companies to only talk about your successes and not talk about your failures. And I think there is a lot of value in talking about your failures, or not even failures, your, you know, suboptimal situations, whatever you want to call it. I think one of the things that has endeared the space community to SpaceX in particular is, one, they're doing amazing things, and two, they're not afraid to fail, and they're not afraid to put a failure in the proper context. And I think a lot of the times we see companies sort of withhold information versus sharing it. And I think really all we want to do is know what's going on. And to the other question you were asking, in terms of what was the mechanism that brought us this.
Here's the spicy part, Jack. Get ready.
Right. What was
you got a palate cleanser?
You know, I know you're setting me up for like, I get it. I know what's happening. I think that the mechanism that delivered us this press conference was in no small part a space reporter named Eric Berger, friend of the show. But I suspect you might disagree and think that this was just a matter of they needed a time to go over their data and dot their T's and cross their I's.
I mean, fault tree analysis takes time. It takes time, and sometimes there's nothing to report. Like, you got to wait, and you got to do a test, and then you have to review the data of that test. That does take time,
of course,
obviously. However, I think that Eric is right. Eric Berger is right for wanting to push for more transparency, right? It's not a bad question to say. It's a bad question to ask, like, what the heck's going on? We're U.S. taxpayers. We deserve to know, right? However, I think this whole thing, that what happened with Eric and getting, you know, his inside sources, and then, you know, basically forcing NASA's hand into a press conference, right?
Right.
I think there's a more important thing to talk about here. Where does transparency play in public-private partnerships? Because NASA isn't operating their spacecraft.
That's a very good question.
Shuttle. Yeah. It's a ride. You know, NASA said themselves, it's like a cab. You know,
I think in a
What-
lot of ways, in
Right.
the same way that regulatory has had to deal with the new realities of commercial space, and in the same
Mhm.
way that NASA themselves have had to deal with the realities of commercial space, I think journalists are also, sort of
Mhm.
still dealing with the realities of commercial space. I mean, the recent
Yep.
events with ULA, although this stuff going on with Starliner, like yes. So I'm agreeing with you here. I'm thankful that this played out the way that it did, because that's how like the system works, right? Like journalism was like poke poke poke, and then we got more info. Of course, correlation does not equal causation, but
Mhm.
certainly seems like there was some causation there.
I mean, dude, there's no doubt that Eric forced their hand. Like you can like that guy, you can hate that guy. There's no doubt he forced their hand. NASA has never held press conferences randomly on a Wednesday
Right.
in the middle of the day. They never do that.
Yeah, and I mean,
Like-
the system works. Like that's how it's supposed to work.
Yep.
That's what journalism is for. Alex, Starliner, you're doing your thinking face. I suspect you have thoughts.
I have thoughts. I have lots of thoughts.
All right. Well, you have approximately 4 minutes to deliver thoughts. That's a lot of time.
4
But-
minutes. That's not a lot for me.
Yeah. Well, the more you complain about it, the more the time you're eating up.
There's a ton to unpack here, which is I kind of disagree with EJ when he says that they did not do this because they needed more time to sort of like go through fault tree analysis and everything. They could have told us about the dragon stuff, for example, a month ago when they started doing that work. Because Steve Stitch said it, on that press conference a couple of days ago, where he said this work has been ongoing since early July. It's been ongoing already for at least a month, perhaps more. We don't really know. And there's not one but two task orders for working on a contingency to be able to bring back Sonny and Budge on.
Sorry,
on-
Sonny and who?
Is it not like that?
Butch.
Butch. Okay. Well, so to return the two astronauts back down on Dragon, either with Crew 8 or Crew 9 Dragons, obviously their priority is to bring them back on the Crew 9 Dragon, but they also looked at Crew 8 as well. I disagree for the fact that, they have actually not gone through a lot of things. Right now, they are just more deliberating. They have not gathered any new data since essentially 2 weeks ago.
Hold on, Alex. How
they're
do you know that? How do you know that? Your whole premise of this argument is that you with the
Because
lack of
they said it.
transparency here.
Because they
I mean-
said it.
Fight.
Like they literally said that the last test was that on orbit test. The service module testing, so they had both thruster testing at White Sands. They also had an old essentially the service module from OFT2, the first attempt at OFT2, that had essentially those leaks and corroded valves and everything, and then they changed it out for a new one for the actual launch attempt that happened in 2022. That they used it to look at, for example, the helium leaks and everything, understanding, because it's so corroded already. It's being loaded with NTO, as you mentioned, right? That is a very highly toxic and highly
The fact that they left it
loaded
bad
bad.
is
Yeah,
not
it's been like
ideal.
that for
Not sure
3
why
years.
you would do that, but all right.
Yeah, it's been like that for 3 years, loaded with
Yeah, it's
those hypergolics. So that
little
means
sus.
that all of the seals and everything have been corroded pretty much down to the minimums. And what that allowed them to do is like those seals are at their lowest sealing effect, right? So
Yep.
they can have the worst case scenario there to be able to check on those helium leaks versus the best case scenario, which is one of the upcoming service modules. They also did testing on that versus the one in orbit, which is somewhere in between. They just don't know how bad the the leakage and everything, not you know what I mean, right? How bad the
Yeah, but the seal degradation is from nitrogen tetroxide. It's not from the helium. No, am I wrong?
yes. I understand what you mean. What I'm trying to say is that what they did is because that nitrogen tetroxide corroded the seal. Now that seal is not sealing well. So the helium escapes through that, and they can see what is the rate of helium leakage from there compared to the one in orbit and the one with a new seal that is perfectly on the ground from one of the new ones that they are building. So that's what they did. It's sort of like differential testing, right? You can do a lot of modeling of what could be the worst case scenario, but when you actually have the hardware of a service module that has these flanges and seals are corroded, right? It is true that the root case is not the same and it's potentially not even the same. But if you want to look at the leakage rates and things like that, you want to try to guess how much margins you have. That is a good way to do that. When you load it with helium, you test the leakage of that system, and you're able to do that. So that's what they did. All of this testing is already done. They have already explained this. It's already done. White Sands has completed all their testing. And now on orbit, they did this firing of these 27 thrusters out of the 28, and it's already done as well. So all of that testing was done 2 weeks ago. They were supposed to do a return sort of flight readiness review or something like that. Like on August 1st, it was not done. They actually posted a press release saying, "Hey, look, we're still taking more time." We actually posted this last week because I wrote Twist last week, and I remember when we posted the news about Starliner was like, yeah, well, there's this thing going on with Starliner, but they haven't really said any return date. They were supposed to, but they haven't, and so they're still looking at all that data. Then Boeing, that same day on Friday, after the flame trench, they posted these pictures and all of these commentary saying that they have a most probable case for a root cause, but it's evident for pretty much from what NASA said that even though they have a potential for that root cause, there's obviously disagreements between teams at NASA, right? And at the end of the day, they have the say on what to do, even though Boeing might be like, yeah, of course, we understand this. But yeah, what I'm trying to get here is that they have not gathered any more data for a couple of weeks at the very least. They are just looking through all of that. They have delayed all of these reviews, high management reviews, and right now they actually have a deadline in place for mid-August. And one of I think it was Michael Sheets on Twitter. He said something along the lines of like, we are on August 7th. They said mid-August is sort of the deadline to be able to make a decision because of all the preparations that need to be done, either for the return of Starliner or for having to do that contingency with Crew 9. And so they need to get to a decision potentially in the next week or so, and they're still deliberating and looking through all the data. There's a moment where you have to make a decision. You cannot be looking at your data endlessly, right? There's a moment where gathering more data will not get you anything new.
You're talking about flight rationale.
Yeah, exactly. The flight rationale, where it's like, I have actually a sort of complaint about the testing that they've done with the Starliner in orbit, because it was just short firings of the thrusters. And what they actually talked about with this issue, Jack, I know I've seen the poll. You cannot blame me for talking a long time because EJ also talked a long time.
For the record,
I'm listening.
You've already gone over your time budget by 4 minutes, just for the record.
7 minutes. I'm 7 minutes. It was midnight 7 on my clock when I started, and it's now midnight 14.
There is a poll in chat. The poll in chat is, what is Alex's record answer lane? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, or well over the 12-hour YouTube.
For what it's worth, Alex, I might disagree with you on this, but I want you to keep talking. I'm listening.
I just want to make my case here that when they tested the service module in orbit, they did short firings, and this problem occurs when they're doing multiple firings and for a prolonged period of time. So sure, you can test that and that's probably why they are also in disagreements here. Like you can test that the thrusters for a short burst, they work, and that is great because that probably means that they can undock. For example, like maybe if you use them for not a long time, you can essentially undock Starliner and not have any propulsion system issues. But what happens afterwards, right? If you have a crew on board and now those thrusters start, failing because now they're being used for a long time. Obviously, they need to make the case, right? Both the for and against teams, whoever is, they need to come to an agreement. What is the best way of being able to come to this? They're not gathering any more data. They're not there in orbit. They're not there in orbit precisely because they're gathering more data or anything like it. It's just because they cannot make a decision right now, but they have a deadline, right?
Okay.
Is it at all possible, dude? Okay, I mean, see, here's the thing, dude. It's not just about conducting tests. You said it yourself. It's about reviewing the data. Is it possible that there's indecision here on flight rationale because of new information being extrapolated from data from these tests?
Well, it's just really complicated to make a decision, right? We're talking about
I guess
decisions that have lots of ramifications if you think about it.
I just want to take a moment and illustrate
all the reason for taking your time.
That this is good. Like, it's I'm sure annoying for the comms people, but this is good that NASA is being very deliberate and very careful about this flight rationale. Whatever the downstream effects are to the station schedule or to Boeing PR wise or stock price, like all of that is secondary because there are human lives on the line here. And I think it's safe to say none of us want to see a NASA that is, I mean, we've talked about this. We've talked about this in previous episodes. None of us want to see a NASA that is flippant or risk too accepting of unnecessary risk. Like this is, I'm happy to see them doing this analysis. I have had my gripes about the communication here and there, and I understand why it's been the way that it's been. But I mean, we need 2 capsules for dissimilar redundancy. That's yes. We all want Starliner to work as much as the memes are fun and whatnot. So Starliner needs to work, and this is the process of getting it to that point. So
I still have more, but okay, you go.
Okay.
Is there a timer?
How much more?
Is there a timer?
Hey, this guy just EG talked for 20 minutes. I have still 6 minutes left.
Did I talk for 20? Dude,
I never said I never said you also get 20 minutes, but
come on. No, but I have a point towards the whole redundancy thing. If you allow me, can I?
Go for it, man.
We actually saw something like this just 2 years ago, actually less than 2 years ago. We had a Soyuz with a malfunction in orbit. Don't put the timer. Come on. We had a Soyuz MS-22.
So screwed up, guys.
You're just wasting time. You're wasting time.
Hey,
keep talking.
Hey, when it comes to time, I'm on Team Alex. Take your time, dude. This stuff is complicated.
Yeah.
There's
if
a
you really
reason
want to understand it, it's going to take a second.
I'm trying not to interrupt Alex and drive the conversation because I do want Alex to have his fair shake and say his piece.
I was not here last week. You two were.
I love giving Alex crap for having long answers. So Alex, you have 13 seconds.
Fair.
Go.
Yeah. So the Soyuz MS-22.
6, 5.
Oh,
4.
you dick.
We have QD retract, and Alex has cleared the tower.
Let him finish.
Okay. Anyways,
No, please.
so
Go ahead.
Soyuz MS-22, it had a failure of the cooling system, and they did not want to risk bringing the crew back. They also had a contingency where Frank Rubio, the American astronaut on that crew of 3, will come back on Crew Dragon Endeavour. It's actually kind of interesting that it's actually the same capsule, because it was Crew 6 and Crew 8 both used Endeavour, or maybe it was Crew 5 or whatever. But it was the same Endeavour capsule. So both Endeavour up there in space right now, in an emergency, could have. We also had NASA talking about Tracy potentially also being brought on Dragon in case of meteorite strikes or whatever, micrometeorites and everything. But and so they launched MS-23, so use MS-23 like a few months later in order to be able essentially to be able to function as the actual capsule to bring those people back. Obviously, Boeing does not have the capability to send an empty Starliner and be able, and there's also not enough ports, docking ports on the ISS, unfortunately, for that to happen. But instead, there's Dragon, right? So that's a thing. it's funny because there's actually a precedent much more closer to Starliner, which was Soyuz 32. So it's another Soyuz, but this was back in the 1970s, late 70s, with the Salyut 6 station. Soyuz 32 went up to the station, it docked, it carried 2 crews. And so it essentially docked there. The crew members, the cosmonauts, spent there a couple of months. Then the next crew had to come up, Soyuz 33. And Soyuz 33, as it was approaching the station, the main engine failed. And they were like at 20 something meters per second as they were approaching the station. They could not do the burn to be able to slow down and get close to the station and dock. And they actually had to deorbit that Soyuz with the auxiliary engines that they have. Essentially, the propulsion system was, screwed, I guess is the word. Pretty much, not exactly like Starliner, but essentially they had trouble with, thinking that Soyuz 32 was going to be reliable enough to be bringing those crews back, the ones that were staying on the station. So instead, they brought, after a lengthy, troubleshooting and everything on the ground, they sent Soyuz 34 empty to be able to bring back those people, and be able to have like a backup contingency. So that I think having that kind of capability where you're like, either you send another spacecraft that is empty and it has all of the solutions and everything already in place. I think that's a good thing for the US to have. You could not do that with the shuttle, if you remember.
No,
Although there
shuttle?
was the launch on need
Did somebody say shuttle?
I can,
Somebody said
capability,
shuttle.
I can
but
think of 7 reasons why that wasn't a good idea. Actually, 14 if we want to be technical.
what?
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 The not having redundant dissimilar architecture with the Jack, wake up. Not having this redundant dissimilar architecture, Alex. I'm agreeing with you. Having that, I can think of 14 reasons why redundant dissimilar architecture and having a
Yeah,
contingency is probably
exactly.
a good idea.
Okay. I hope that Chad understands that I lovingly give Alex crap for his long answers, but I love Alex for his informative and insightful brain.
I'm here for it, man.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
I don't want to be the smartest person
I'm
here.
not going to stop giving you crap, but I'm here for it. Just to be clear. I know you know that, Alex, but just in case Chat, because Chat is actually, Chat is pretty spicy. Tommy with a super chat that says Alex talk token. Bideford with a $50 super chat. Bideford, what are you doing? Thank you so much. That's an insane amount of money. They say, here's for all the talking Alex wants. Wascally Wabbit with a $10 super. They say, we need Alex talk tokens. I'll start. Here's a 10-minute Alex talk token. All right, well, the thing is he's in a deficit. He's starting out in a deficit, so he's already like negative 10 million minutes. So now he's negative 9,900,000. You get it. It's a joke. It's funny.
I'm here for the Alex explanations. I'm not going to lie to you.
I am too.
We're going to talk about Raptor 3, so I'm going to be pointing at my back here as well, because this is the
baby. So
picture.
I mean, okay, so Alex, to dial us all back in, you're talking about contingency procedures. You're talking about how all this stuff is good to have. It's good to have contingencies. But the original context of the question that I asked was, you say, well, they got to make a decision. They haven't done anything new. But then I'm confused where you're coming from, because then you went on and listed a bunch of things that they're actually doing right now, and a bunch of reasons why they should do that, and a bunch of reasons why that's a good idea.
Yeah,
dial it in for me, man. Where are we going?
That was about. Yeah, I think at one point in this whole discussion before between you and Jack, I think there was some kind of conversation of them. They're not doing the press conferences because they're taking their time and blah, blah, and looking through the data. And it's like, yeah, but you can still do press conferences as, it has been demonstrated this week. You can still do the press conference and say, look, this is what we're looking at. And this is our situation right now. It's a really complicated, like that actually makes me feel more empathetic for them, right? Like I can understand them better when they're like, look, this is all the complicated stuff that we have in our table. We're managing all of these 1,000 contingencies so that at the end of the day both astronauts return safe in whatever shape or form.
So
like,
you're saying more transparency, right?
Yeah, more transparency is actually good PR. Like a lot of people in the industry think, oh, they shouldn't be like I've seen, and this is probably a bit of criticism to certain people, that I've seen certain folks on social media say, "Oh, there shouldn't be any more press conferences because the media always asks the same questions." It's like, yeah, sometimes you kind of need to repeat and dive in and try to get that answer from NASA. Believe it or not, it's complex. As the person that sometimes has to ask other people's questions, sometimes it's really complicated to get a really concise and valuable answer out of a bunch of folks. And it's probably easy to think about that when you're within the program, especially if you work on Starliner or work within NASA. You're like, you're just a bunch of people that just want to inquire, whatever. It's like, but that's the whole point of journalism,
Right.
and try to understand and bring that point
Yeah, I got you.
across.
Right. And it
And
goes
if you
back to what we
explain
were.
it,
It goes back
yeah,
to what we were talking about a little bit ago. Feels like a lifetime ago. Where I'm sorry, Alex, I can't resist. I can't resist. If where
He has it out for you, man. Damn.
more transparency is better, and in an information vacuum, people will say, I heard this, I heard that,
there's gonna be
but when you
all of
actually get the information and are able to say, okay, this is the situation, it goes a lot different. So.
I mean, one example of that, if you allow me just 1 minute, you can put a timer maybe. There were people that were blaming, Eric Berger for putting the whole thing about, the software not being able to undock. But then NASA came out and they explained it properly. Eric probably heard it from a source and he was not able to get the full information. But because NASA explained it, now we actually know, right? Like,
Right.
being transparent allows media to be able to concisely explain things. And sure, he got that wrong, but he got a bunch of other things right. And so
I would say he got
that's
that
the whole
mostly
point.
right. And
Yeah,
I don't know that this is
there
what
are
he was.
nuances,
Yeah, I don't know that this is what he was doing.
little
It could be that
details.
he, it was like a game of telephone, and that's why what he reported was slightly different than what NASA said. It could also be that, and we talked about this last week, that when you get source information, sometimes you present that source information slightly differently than how you got it, so as to obfuscate the source. That is totally a thing. Sometimes I'll hear something and then I'll be like, oh, maybe they'll do this, maybe they won't, etc. And in my head, I'm like, oh, well, I know for a fact they're doing X. Like, but I don't just come right out and say that. But yeah, EJ, the dish. Are we doing the dish? What are we doing?
No. Photon Empress in chat. Look.
Oh, whoa, hey, what's up, Jamie? You see, transparency
Yeah.
is great for reasonable people who can reason, but the press are not reasonable people. That hurts my feelings.
It
That hurts.
depends.
That hurts my fifis. I mean, there is
Mainstream
unreasonable
media has been
press.
horrible.
Yes, there's unreasonable press. The mainstream media has treated this story like
They're
hot
stuck.
right, like hot garbage. The headlines I've seen are ridiculous. But that is our job as actual space media and reporters who know what we're talking about. Like, we're the ones who are asking that question, and ideally, we're the ones, when we get the answers, are the ones who disseminate it to the people who actually care and hopefully can help frame the narrative in a way that those stories are seen for what they are, as sensationalist bullcrap. But
Well, see, here's the thing. That I'll be honest. When I don't want to fault Eric Berger for forcing NASA's hand on transparency. I think there absolutely needs to be more. But saying something like, "Oh, if Starliner undocked and there was a thruster malfunction that it could potentially hit the space station," I don't know, man. That's true for any spacecraft. I mean, that's true for anything. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say that, but then again, Jack, he's probably obfuscating sources. Like, I'm willing to give the guy a benefit of the doubt there, but honestly, you got to be careful about that kind of stuff, dude. Because, I mean, he put this information out, and it clearly triggered NASA to put out this press conference. So what he says does carry weight with them, at least on a PR level. And I think, like I said, it's our job to make sure we get that right. And that's why, I mean, dude, I see people grilling me up and down in the chat for like, "Oh, you're a Boeing fanboy." I'm not a Boeing fanboy, guys. It's about the technical analysis. Your data drives your decision making. If your data is not driving your decision making when there's two people stranded on orbit, potentially, right? You're screwed. That's not space flight. That's not how you do any of this. That's totally wrong. You got to be careful about this kind of stuff.
absolutely. And you know what, chat, don't grill EJ. Like,
No,
if,
do it. No, no. I want dissenting opinion. To be honest with
well,
you,
that's what
No,
I'm.
please,
That's what I'm
please
getting
do
at.
it.
Is if all three of us just said and thought the same thing, this wouldn't be the Flame Trench. It wouldn't be an interesting show.
Oh, yeah.
Like the whole point is that we have differing viewpoints and we're informally being spicy on a Friday night stream. Like that's the whole point. So hopefully you're enjoying it because you're in the right place.
Yeah, I said stranded, but they're Jamie's right. They're not stranded. They're conducting a fault tree analysis to make sure, to be absolutely sure that thruster is good to go, because guess what? 99% sure doesn't work in space flight. That's
Right.
how people get hurt.
Yeah, once again,
That's right.
there's
You're
going
right.
to be humans riding this thing home,
The
ideally.
problem of this right with the stock and stranded and everything is that there's probably not a good analogy uh for what situation they are in, because right now it's like you cannot be called stranded. For example, like if your car is like stuck in mud, for example, you can just push back, like just get out, push, and get it off the mud or something like that. Like when you have a solution, you're not really stuck, so to
Yeah.
speak, right? It's
I mean,
like
I just wish the
here
media
they
had
have a
framed
solution.
this whole thing. There's such an obvious way to frame this, right? And we've talked about this on previous Flame Trenches. The way to frame this is astronauts get extra time in space while Boeing figures out some issues,
Exactly.
some minor-ish issues with Starliner. Like that's the story. This is probably these two astronauts' last flight. It's a test flight. They get bonus time in space. Like who doesn't want bonus time in space? Most of the time when you're on the ISS, your time is spent so regimented and you're doing experiments and you're working and you're like, oh boy, I get 30 minutes to look out the window tomorrow, like kind of thing. So hooray, extra time in space for Butch and Sonny. Like that's a good thing. Also, they're working on getting Starliner 100. Is there a radio? What am I hearing?
I don't know.
Oh, it stopped. Excellent.
Oh, the radar, sir. It appears to be
The
jammed.
funny thing is, if they return on Crew 9, they're gonna be out there until February, so they're gonna be there for like 8 months, which
Hey.
I don't think anyone will complain about. To be fair,
I mean, maybe their families, and I'm sure they like at a certain point,
of course.
extra time in space is like, well, hey, I kind of want to go home. Like I'm missing my daughter's birthday or whatever it is. Like I understand that. I'm not saying it's all fun and games, but yeah, like if you told me, hey, Jack, you get to go to the ISS, I'd be like, oh my god, I've fulfilled my life's dream. And then you get to go for a week, I'd be like, oh my god, I get to go for a whole week. And then I'm up there, and you're like, by the way, scheduling, blah blah blah. You're gonna be there for 8 months. I'd be like, let's go. Like I'd be stoked.
Can you imagine missing Laika for 8 months?
Oh, she would go insane. She would go utterly
More.
yeah
than
yeah
she is.
more insane than normal. Speaking of more insane than normal, we're still getting Alex.
Oh, I thought you were
tokens.
going to segue to me. Sorry.
Come on,
Speaking of more
just
insane
having a
than normal,
conversation with you.
EJ, I'm not sure. More insane than normal.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, look at me. Come on. Yeah, duh.
Let's do some support and some Starliner questions and move on to our next topic. Aramil, thank you for the support. They say Starship engines are big. Yeah, that's a good quote. I still think we should name Flame Trench episodes after a thing that was said in each episode, like retroactively after the video is posted and we're not live anymore. We should, like, as part of the post show, determine a name for that episode.
My bid for this show is Starliner Picante. Yeah.
Jim,
Alex is like, what?
That sounds delicious.
What?
Jim Cabot, thank you for the super chat. They say thanks. Musical Wolves, thank you. They say, can Dragon dock to Starliner? That I don't know.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
It should be able.
Well, so, okay, if you want to get into docking systems for spacecraft here, that's actually a good question. So Dragon uses LiDAR, and it uses a receiver on the ISS. It's not called a receiver. I don't know what it's called Dragon Eye. It was actually delivered by the shuttle on STS-133. Thank you, Discovery. So Dragon has it's bouncing back and forth between the capsule and the Dragon Eye on the ISS to dock, right? Starliner is using, I think it's called the Vesta. It's actually it's a relative navigation system. It uses visual camera cameras in the visible light spectrum to be able to dock to things. It's trained on pictures. Similar to the relative navigation systems that like Perseverance used to plot a landing solution after heat shield separation when it was landing on Mars. It has a picture of the surface and it's looking for flat. And it'll automatically plot a landing solution and go. Starliner, because it uses a visual system, all they'd have to do is just upload. I say this like this is some easy.
All they have to do.
Sorry. all you got to do is just upload the picture and drag it, and you're good to go. No, it theoretically could. They both use a similar docking standard. It's the International Docking System Standard, or the NASA Docking System, NDS. So they should. Theoretically, they could. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Starliner would have to dock to Dragon, though. I mean, unless you install a receiver, like a Dragon Eye on Starliner. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe SpaceX has something trick up their sleeve. Like, we've seen what they can cook up when no one's looking. You know what I mean? And then Starship just comes out of nowhere and lands with a hole in its wing, and it's just fine. Like, it's okay. So you never know. It could be.
Fair. GM. Okay, Kevin. What is that radio sound? Is that going through the program? What is going on? Oh, so you can talk last week, but you can't talk this week. Okay. GMG.
I actually think it's my headset.
That was very loud. You're very loud, by the way. Hi.
Sorry.
GMG3, thanks for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's very awesome of you. If you got a membership, be sure to thank them. And also be sure to check out all your sweet member perks. Minor Downfall, thanks for the support. They say, hey, NASA could use some Ariane 6 maybe. I feel like we get one of these every week. Maybe. Ander Zom, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Again, at Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. Pop into the Discord and say, hey, there's a channel for Starship, a channel for SpaceX, a channel for all kinds of things, both rockets, food, gaming, maker, space kind of stuff. Just channels in which we yell about crabs because they're invading Starbase. It's really good. Remember
Hey, that was one time, all right? That was one time. Relax.
It's funny because we have, for lack of a better term, crabbed out the member Discord multiple times, and so when the crab migration happened and we were all changing our names in the member Discord to crab related things, there was regulars or like longtime members who were popping in and being like, oh hey, we're doing another crab thing. And it's like, yeah buddy, crab up.
Dear.
The member Discord rules. You didn't crab up, dude. Like, why didn't you crab up? What's wrong with you?
You're talking to me? I didn't want to.
But
I don't want crab.
But peer pressure.
Yeah.
Am I still really loud?
No, you're good.
Okay, so Photon Empress says that the receiving ring on each spacecraft would be the wrong gender. I don't think they can dock to each other without an adapter.
Aha.
It's an androgynous system, though.
I thought IDSS was androgynous.
Yeah, it's derived from the androgynous. It's APAS essentially, and the first A is androgynous. So it's like you just those petals, they just contact each other, and you just like if you see the docking port on the ISS, it's essentially the same shape. You just it's like rotated so that you just there's like three petals.
One capsule. One capsule might have to be upside down. You know what I mean? Like that for them to attach. But
yes, right, like Apollo Soyuz. It was actually derived from that system. That was the Apollo Soyuz. Was APAS 775. Then APAS 86 was used on Buran for Mir, and that was used on Shuttle Mir. And then Shuttle had an upgraded. I think it's
APAS 95.
APAS 95, right? Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
and then the APAS 95 was...
APAS 95 was the best APAS. When they did APAS
at the end of the day,
that was just not... You're ruining my Windows joke, Alex.
Dragon has Apollo and Soyuz technology. There you go.
Thank you.
Soviet technology.
Moldy Space Industries. Hi, Star. Hi. We match.
Hi.
In chat is saying, I thought the determination between active and passive was software for the docking ports. Been playing too much KSP where the NDS just...
Nice.
Androgynous peripheral attach system. There you go.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I knew the first A was that.
M. Cassine says, please stop gaslighting, Alex. We want to hear all opinions. I know you want bacon ASAP, but please, good sir. Alex, are we gaslighting you?
Bacon.
Are we gaslighting you, Alex? We're definitely
mean,
not gaslighting you, Alex. That's me gaslighting you about
you
gas.
two also had the opportunity of being here last week. I was not able to be here last week, so I wanted to do my bit.
Good deal. Lars Edblum, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Adrian, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Flawed Perspective, thank you for the super chat. They say, Gripe Fund, how does Alex feel about NASA/Boeing complaining about the physics in the presser? I don't know. Your name is
I'm not
Alex
100%
Physics.
with
I have no idea.
physics.
I don't
Probably
know.
because of the whole heating thing. I'm not sure what exactly they complained about in terms of physics.
Actually, you guys want to hear something interesting about those thrusters? So the
I don't know.
thrusters that are on.
I don't really like hearing interesting things about thrusters. So.
All right, cool. What's next then?
No, please go ahead. I actually.
Actually, if you guys want to hear something, and if before people say like, "Oh, you're just a Boeing fanboy," hear me out here. Starliner's thrusters are derived from the space shuttle. Boeing reused parts from the shuttle. That's why Starliner carries its tiles, and it has the thermal protection systems that are derived from the shuttle too, right? I actually went on NTRS because I was wondering about this because I'm a huge nerd and I have no life. That's NASA Technical Report Server. I had my chat do some digging with, and we looked through it on a stream a little bit earlier this week. And believe it or not, they had seal degradation and thermal problems on STS-32. There's a whole PDF about it. And as far as I can tell, the thrusters are similar. So, I mean, not the best case, unless I'm mistaken that those thrusters are similar. They had these problems on the shuttle, which Steve Stitch has said that they've had thruster problems on the shuttle in some of the press conferences too. So, I mean, take that information for what it's worth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted by chat right now.
No, it's fair.
Booster 1058 says more Alex, more better. Agreed. Hellstar 86 says transferring some of Sawyer's pun tokens for Alex, but they don't transfer as pun tokens. There's a conversion between American and Spain so that they turn into talk tokens for you. Don't think you can be making Sawyer puns.
European tokens.
Yeah, there you go. No, focus. Tommy says, we like full answers, not the stubby answers. Thank you for the super. All right, let's do viewer Starliner questions before we move on and talk about the thing that I'm scrolling to see what's next, which is China space debris. First viewer Starliner question. Christian is asking, how long can Starliner stay in space? Any components that are not able to stay online without service? I think the main thing was the batteries. I could be wrong. Who wants to take this one? All right, good talk.
Okay. Yeah, it was the batteries.
I thought you were going to hand it to Alex, honestly. Repeat the question, sir.
Oh, God, where did it go?
Come back. You get
What's the limit for
where did it go?
Starliner
here we go.
to be...
Yeah, Christian asking, how long can Starliner stay in space? Any components that are not able to stay online without service? ?
Well, fault tree analysis is my phrase of the day. In part of fault tree analysis, part of that is, once again, discussing the contingencies that we're talking about, but part of that is also making sure that your batteries don't break or other components. It's assessed on an on-need basis, so they're kind of, the batteries are rated for a certain amount of time, and then when they get to that time, they say, okay, let's look at the health of these things. Okay, they haven't degraded very much, or a component hasn't messed up, so we can keep them on orbit. I mean, that's basically what they've been doing. And like I said, they've said that in the press conferences too, that they're looking at other components to make sure that there's no bottleneck here that's going to basically force a flight rationale decision before you have the problem sorted. Or you say the problem sorted. It's not about having the problem sorted. It's about having it understood. You're not fixing the dang capsule when it's up there while it's attached to the space station with hypergolic propellants. You're not fixing it. You got to understand what's going on. That's the important thing here. Understanding is the whole root of this entire debate that we're having.
Let's see. What the heck? $50 super chat from Anthony Gomez. Gomi, is that you? Oh God, Gomi's watching. That's Anthony from Rocket Ranch. They say, sorry to go back, just realizing that the chopsticks should now be called the crab claws. Maybe pinchers? I mean, they're basically pinchers. Anyway, thank you. That's an insane amount of money, dude. You didn't have to do that. That's crazy.
I think you did. Thank you very much. Seriously, jokes aside.
Everybody check out Rocket Ranch. They're awesome. Ghost Black. No, wait, no, not that one. Not that one. Sorry, Ghost Black. We'll get to you. CJ Fellows asking, how many crew flights was Starliner awarded? And Jesus, do you think they will be able to complete them before the ISS is deorbited? Woof. I mean, it's an unfortunately fair question.
No, that's totally legit.
Completely reasonable question, which is kind of mind-boggling. Alex, were you saying 6?
He's got it right.
6.
Yeah, it's contracted for 6 operational missions. Now, keep in mind, OFT-2 was flown out of pocket from Boeing because of the colossal screw-up that was OFT-1. So they're not contracted for that mission, but it's 6 operational and 2 demo flights.
Got it. Falcon's Maze. Excellent movie. Everyone watch War Games if you haven't seen it.
Shall we play a game?
Yes, we shall. And we'll almost end the world. Also, it's got Baby Broderick.
Thermonuclear war.
What's not to love about Baby Broderick? They say, how much thruster use is used for docking versus return? Seems like the docking used a lot less. Return could push them over the limit. Well, the thrusters are used to like orient the capsule and get the deorbit burn done and everything. But what is 2? What does 2 mean?
You take what they said, reverse it. It's actually the docking that uses the most thrusters. The undocking, you just do a couple of pulses to back away. Orbital mechanics kind of keeps it back away, but then
This man is
it has
stating physics.
the so you have to do like a few burns, but it's just a few burns. With docking, you have to constantly like keep the spacecraft in that sort of trajectory to get to the docking axis, and then as you approach the docking axis, you need to keep the spacecraft in the axis, and then go forward and keep everything. This is just just back away. There's one burn first, then as it backs away a little bit more, then slows down a little bit. So you need a bit of a push again. Then it just kind of, because of the orbital mechanics, it goes up a bit, and then there's another burn, and then there's a third burn at the end. So there's like 3 or 4 burns.
Like in flight school, I just watched Top Gun. Like in flight school,
Yes.
how they have like the planes on the sticks, and when they're doing briefings, they'll like use the planes on sticks to like illustrate positioning and everything. I think we need to get Alex some space capsules and an ISS on a stick, so he doesn't have to use his hands to gesture.
That's what Dragon and Starliner do. Like that's the way that they undock.
Yeah.
It's not a lot
Okay,
of burns.
Alex answers aside, everything he said is exactly 100% right. Like, yeah, no, couldn't have said it better myself.
Someone said, what about reentry? Well, reentry is also like, once you're undocked, you're essentially the only attitude control that you need is just point the solar panels to the sun or whatever orientation, and that's all you do until you have to do the orbit burn, and you don't have to move much. That's the good thing about undocking.
There is another thing of note, and I'm not sure what the answer to this question is, like in terms of RCS consumption, right? I mean, Alex, theoretically for phasing burns and like an R-bar alignment, or a V-bar alignment, like what you're talking about, it's going to take the same amount to get up there as it is to get down there. But when Starliner jettisons its service module and then it goes on a reentry trajectory, it still is using RCS to modulate the angle of attack of the heat shield.
But that's on the capsule, which is an independent
exactly.
system,
Yep.
which is good.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Needed to talk myself through that one. Yep, you're absolutely right. Yep. Good call.
2 different systems.
Yeah, that's
which
right.
not like Dragon actually shares the same system. Well,
hang on.
Yep.
I'm hearing we have a special guest caller from the phone lines calling in.
See, hang on.
Who do we have?
I'm scared.
Hey, Jack, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing?
What's up, Das? How's it going?
Hey, where are you calling in from today, sir?
Have you been listening, and do you feel the need to get spicy on the flame trench?
Haven't you heard my frantic typing in the back channel as I spam all caps at you?
Remember that time I said I was distracted by chat?
Can chat hear
Anyways-
me okay? 5x5 is like, y'all hear me okay? Because I just like literally hopped into the side here.
Chat is utterly ecstatic and rightfully so. Lay
We
some
had
wisdom
Chris
on us.
last week.
Look.
It makes
Okay,
sense.
I'm gonna be quick because there's something that gets on my nerves, like it really grinds my gears or whatever, right? But I've been trying not to like stomp all over the show here, but I want to say this. It's such a huge annoyance when people say that the astronauts are stranded, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
In my
Yep.
thing, that the grenade that I'm going to roll into your room here, if you
Uh-oh.
want to say that the astronauts are stranded, why do you not believe in SpaceX?
Because
What's-
Dragon is working, therefore they're not stranded.
What's the deal? If I go to this is an airport analogy for me. If I go to the airport and my flight breaks down, which has happened on more than one occasion, there are other
Same.
planes there. I'm going to get home because there are other planes that will fly me home, and I never get frustrated about it. And I know that I will make it home because there are lots of different ways for me to do it. And here, you've got SpaceX. SpaceX has a vehicle that's going to work. And if you don't trust SpaceX to get the astronauts on off the space station, then okay, you can say they're stranded there. But as long as we have dissimilar redundancy, the entire freaking point of having multiple spacecraft that can do it, those astronauts aren't stuck, and you're not being serious if you just want to bag on somebody by saying, "Oh, they're stuck."
They could use that Soyuz
Oh.
even.
I-
If they wanted to.
I mean,
like,
they could send up an
Man.
empty Soyuz, couldn't they? I don't think they'd sit on each other's lap or anything, but you know what I mean. Like that's the thing. All of a sudden, we always talk, "Oh, dissimilar redundancy. Oh, we have to have this, right?" Well, all of a sudden, it actually does something, and it's in a situation where we've got a way to get the astronauts home, and everybody loses their mind because they want to bag on this company or that company or whatever. It's like the entire system is set up for this. This is why we have multiple vehicles that do it. And if you want to say they're stuck, I don't understand why you don't think SpaceX can get them home.
Yep, 100%.
I'm just saying. Thank you. Good
Yeah.
night.
Preach to the choir. Thank you for
That's what I
thank you for
said.
popping in. And
How
Yeah.
come when you say it, everybody agrees with you? When I say it, I get called a Boeing fanboy. The heck is this?
I had a graph, EJ. I said the same thing you said. I just used a graph. Not really.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Well,
but this actually brings up a good question here from where did it go? Where did it go? Tommy Time. I feel like that's an 80s band name. They're like kind of like Depeche Mode. It's like, we are Tommy Time. Anyways, Tommy Time is asking, do you think NASA made an error in only contracting 2 vehicles for crew services? Seems like a third option would have been a good thing.
Oh,
More
man.
spacecraft, more better, but the budget realities are unfortunately a thing. But I think everybody here at NSF and a lot of people in the space community would have loved to see the hand thing means the money. The hand thing means the taxes. It's the Simpsons reference. Thank you, Alex. I think all of us here would love to see a crewed Dream Chaser. Like that would be amazing. Right now,
Please.
Dream Chaser's only cargo.
Please give me something that glides to a runway. I just
Please.
want something that glides to
Please.
a runway. Please. Please.
Please.
Windows would be nice too, but whatever.
don't you want to just be crashing against the desert on a cramped capsule like Soyuz?
I mean, or Starliner. I'm
No,
biased.
Starliner it's more roomy and has nice airbags.
I'm biased, and I like that Starliner is going to land in the American Southwest because I love the American Southwest. So yay! But also runway's good. Also space planes, like come on, space plane way cooler than capsule. Sorry, capsule.
What about a runway in the Southwest?
I-
I mean, Jack, correct me if I'm wrong here. There is a runway that's long enough to land in a vehicle.
maybe
Just saying.
even
I
say
know,
it
I
like
can think of one.
Vandenberg or something? That would be a hoot, or Edwards, or I mean, shucks, I'll take Spaceport America.
You know, yeah, that's what I was getting at. But it's also like we had something that could do that a little while ago.
We did.
Oh, jeez.
We did, but it kind of sucked. To be real. Let's
I was
just
like,
be-
no.
Crew rate the X-37B as Moldy was saying. Yeah.
crew rate the X-37.
Actually, they that was I was talking about that on my
X-37C,
stream
right?
the other. Yeah, exactly.
crew,
I was
the
talking
C
about
stands for
that
crew.
the other
The
day.
C stands for crew.
Yep. That was that Boeing was kind of deciding back 10 years ago. They were deciding whether to just uprate the X-37 for human rating or go with a capsule. They were throwing it around. That's all. I mean, that was the last time we heard about the X-37C because they chose Starliner. I mean,
Right.
the hindsight is kind of yeah. X-37 is really cool, though, just on a side note.
It's so cool. I can't wait till it's like 40 years from now and we get to learn about all the cool, spooky stuff that it's been doing. I'm so here for it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
hopefully
real,
I'll be here
it's
for
real,
it. I ate a lot
real
of
simple
bacon.
what it's doing. It's actually up there to do.
There was
Wow.
EJ just dropped.
NSA is on the
What just
call,
happened?
apparently.
What just happened?
Is that
Wait,
the
wait.
extra relay we had to send this through before it could go out to the public?
Yeah. Wait, EJ, make sure your VPN is on and try again.
I gotta go.
Hey, Jack,
Knock
y'all,
knock.
I gotta take off here, but my parting word before I take off. Can you imagine how much worse it would be if we had a single crew capsule that had a problem and we had to ask them to come home on a Soyuz?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want
Can you
to, but I
imagine?
can. Yeah.
Like, can you imagine? And luckily, we
I mean, they
have
still kind of are
other
in some
options.
capacity, but yes.
Ironically,
Like-
there's a Soyuz being prepared for launch next month, so they could have also done that.
It's almost like this whole system was designed the way that it was for some sort of logical reason or something.
Right?
But Das, thank you for jumping in. Anytime you want to get spicy on the flame trench, please do not hesitate. But we know you're a busy man, so we'll let you get back to it.
Of course. Y'all have fun. Y'all, thanks for watching and hanging out as well. I'm going to disconnect and go hang out with the wife. I'm supposed to be helping with the deck outside, and instead I dialed into the show, and I hope she wasn't listening. So I'm out. Bye.
Dude, go. Get out of here. Go.
Ooh.
Go.
Cool. Let's do a couple more of these and move on. How about? Does that sound good to y'all?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in. I could do this for another 6 hours. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Nice.
Marathon stream. Let's do it.
Come on.
Hazelnut is asking, in case they need to bring Butch and Sunny back on Dragon, who will have to pay for those costs? I mean, NASA?
Yeah.
I mean, NASA already paid for the Crew 9 mission. That's why the contingency procedure is to launch Crew 9 with 2 people. You already paid for it.
And they have already the
So-
task orders in place, so they're being paid for that.
Yep. There you go.
Bro, EJ, I don't know if you're looking at chat right now, but you got absolutely bodied by by Bergen. He just said,
Oh, wait.
He says they took him off screen so Boeing PR people could hand him another bullet point list. Right.
Dude.
Chris can be so savage sometimes, and like
That's
he
funny,
doesn't do
man.
it all the time. So whenever it happens, it's like it really has impact.
You know, like, dude, all right, okay. Side note, I think these jokes, the Starliner jokes are pretty funny. Like, I have to admit, some of them are like, there's some pretty dank memes being posted out there about Starliner.
Yeah,
Pretty funny, dude.
That's-
They do make me laugh for what it's worth. You know?
that's one thing about the hellhole that is the internet, is the memes tend to be pretty fire whenever something goes wrong.
They're pretty.
Well,
dank-
this is the
pretty
flame
dank
change,
memes.
right? So expect fire.
Yes, Alex. Good
Yep.
job. Yeah, you don't get. You remember, the Sawyer tokens you got are not pun tokens. Just making sure you understand that. And Kyler is asking, if their analytical model was wrong on Starliner's nominal mode of operation, how can they be sure of their emergency mode of operation analytical model? I mean,
Because the reality of the
Emergency
situation is that they're like, so he's talking, the context I believe is an emergency contingency. So NASA has been saying this
Oh.
entire time they could come back whenever they want. So right now, if we're going to talk in terms of percentages, no, I don't know the percentages. Maybe they should be more transparent about this. I don't know. Say, just for example, they're like 95% sure that they could come back. That is an overwhelmingly high probability. That remaining 5% is what they're trying to figure out now. They're trying to figure that out because it's a test flight. 95% sure isn't good for a test flight. That's not what you want. Because remember, these test flights that they fly, a crew certification mission, you go, if you want to go with SpaceX, the DM1 mission, these test flights, the way it's set up is like you don't ideally want to, and I say ideally, operative word, you don't want to learn anything during these test flights. They should go smoothly. It's like taking a final exam, like in school. You don't want to learn anything new. You'll probably always learn something new when you fly any spacecraft at all. In fact, SpaceX's iterative flight rate, they're always learning something.
that's the whole point.
Pretty obvious, right? But, these final test flights are supposed to get you to that 98, 99 percentage of like certainty, right?
Right.
Now, in this particular case, they learned something new. They're 95% sure they'll be okay. But that 95% sure doesn't work very well when there's people involved. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's not
It's not how we. It's not how we play the game. We don't gamble
Not
with
great.
people's lives, even if it's 95%.
It's not Kerbal. It's not like, yeah, Jeb will probably
Yeah.
make it home. He'll probably be fine. Like,
Right.
no,
I mean,
probably doesn't work, especially with a test flight. You really need
Now-
to understand what's going on.
when
My Kerbals on Eve, absolutely stranded. 100% stranded. No
Yeah,
way for them to get home. No contingency. No backup spacecraft. They're just there. Very
Should've
different
designed it
situation.
better.
I mean, I usually liken this as, if you were in a really dire, dangerous situation where your only way of escaping is like you have to hang on to a rope with thorns, for example, or something like that.
Yep.
Would you hang on to it or risk the like a most likely death, essentially, right? It's like, heck, I'm gonna grab onto that rope even if I bleed and it's hurting me.
Right.
But there's at least a possibility for me to still keep being alive with that. And so that's what you take. If sure, Starliner might not be the best way to return, but if you're in a really dire situation where you really need to get out of that station and come home, you're gonna take that. You're gonna take that over, but most likely chances of
I mean, they
not
even said
going
that
through.
in the presser, right? Is like the Starliner is still good to go for like an emergency crew return if the station needs to be evacuated or it becomes uninhabitable. And that's because they're slightly more risk tolerant in that situation because it's either die on a failing space station or ride a capsule back that you're pretty sure will be fine. So
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay. I think we're basically good on Stayliner. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
So messed up.
Stockliner.
Okay.
There are no stuck.
Flawed perspective. Thank you for the super chat. They say, why is stuff you send in a ship called cargo, but stuff you send in a car called a shipment? I'm still confused. I really want to derail on
Why
this.
do you park in a driveway?
I
How
mean,
does positive traction work on a 72 Plymouth? It just does.
oh,
all right,
man.
it just
is
does.
Is it mint green? Is it a mint green Plymouth?
Metallic mint green paint? Michelin Model XGV 75R14.
I love it.
Don't ask me why I know that. I got two My Cousin Vinny references now.
One of the best
this
things
one
about
stream.
that movie is I forget who played the wife, but she's like, I look pretty, I'm the wife, but also I'm smart and I'm going to tell you about positive traction, stupid jury and judge. Like, what a good movie.
Dude, the best part of that movie, I've said this a bajillion times, the best part of that movie is that everything she said about cars is 100% accurate.
Right.
Particularly about ignition timing, debuts of certain engines. It's a trick question. That's all 100% right. That's why that movie is king.
You can tell that the person that wrote the script actually was a car person. Let's see. Yeah. I think we move on. I mean, I think we've covered Starliner front to back and 6 ways from Sunday. So, Alex, tell us about China spewing debris into orbit. Yay! I don't know why it went with yay. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's really
so
not
that's good. Yeah, that's the footage of the launch. The launch happened pretty much, without issues. The rocket lifted off, put all the satellites into orbit. It was a batch of, Chinese Starlinks, if you will. It's like their own version of Starlink. And the problem is, after that release of those satellites, that upper stage broke up in orbit. We don't know what caused it. It could be many different things, of course. And we may talk about potential reasons for that. But this is already the 4th time in the 7 launches that this rocket has undergone that an upper stage of a Long March 6A rocket has broke up in orbit. And that's sort of the early tracking from U.S. Space Command. They tracked 300 pieces. I believe now that is up to over 700 pieces. As time goes by, they're able to track more of the pieces because they are able to look for longer. And yeah, that's a lot of pieces, and they are really high orbit. So they are about 800 kilometers on average. Because of that explosion, essentially, some of them have gone to a higher orbit, some of them have gone to a lower orbit. but on average around 800 kilometers. And the problem is, it being so high up in orbit, there's still atmosphere and there's some drag there. The problem is, it's really, really, really tenuous. It's not really like, for example, at 400 kilometers, like the ISS, that's half the altitude. It's a lot thicker, and you actually have to do reboosts and things like that. So yeah, it's gonna take decades for those debris to come back, and it's not the first time that this upper stage has suffered this kind of issue after it has deployed a satellite. Like this rocket actually has not had any failures during launch, but it was actually after it has deployed satellites, and this is again the fourth time already. So we don't know what is causing this. There's many ways an upper stage can break up in orbit, and there's many examples of this. I sort of touched on this on yesterday's Raptor side, and then this morning's Starlink launch as well, because we'll talk about why Starlink is related with this, other than these satellites were like a Chinese copy of them. But it is also the fact that it's not only China that has have these sort of issues, but at least everybody else tried to not repeat it. The Russians, for example, had the Breeze M, I think it is the Breeze M upper stage from Proton. It, if you remember, for example, from think I think it's the ExoMars 2016 mission, after it deployed that satellite, the Trace Gas Orbiter for ESA, for the European Space Agency, that upper stage then blew up right next to it, like a few kilometers next to it, which concerned a lot of people because it was like, boy, if it had exploded just a few hours before, it was attached still to that satellite, and so it could have, you know, completely destroyed the satellite. And there's been other examples as well from the Breeze M. Centaur as well has exploded in orbit after deploying their satellites, maybe few hours, maybe days after the mission has been completed. We don't really know what is the source of these, sudden explosions. It could be micrometeorites, debris, orbital debris already present in that
I
kind
would
of
be
orbit.
I would be surprised if it wasn't inherent to the design,
And then it's also something like that.
because it's the fourth out of seven of these where this has happened. And I have a statement here from Adrian that I'm going to read, because Adrian could not be on. The statement reads,
No, that is actually not from Adrian.
What? It says
You
Adrian
can tell
Note.
him who it's from.
It says
Adrian Note?
it says Adrian
okay.
Note, who can't be on Flame Trench this week but has opinion. It sounds like it's pretty much my guy. Don't gaslight me, I'll gaslight you.
I thought it said not
Okay.
Adrian or whatever.
Note is, this is the fourth time out of seven, as you said, Alex, that a 6A upper stage has happened after launch and to some shape or form. And it seems like the Chinese do not really care about it, as the last launch was just a month ago, and they are starting to launch this beast more and more. I think there's a good chance this will just continue to happen. Yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not good. And especially in such a high orbit. Like that's, I feel like I've said this a bunch of times on the stream. We've talked about this in previous weeks about how, yes, there's an oncoming lot of mega constellations from all kinds of companies and countries trying to do similar things to Starlink. And right now, there are people that complain, but at the very least, SpaceX is trying in a responsible way. They're putting their stars in a
Roll the
low
statement.
orbit. What?
I believe Kevin has the statement from Starlink.
I believe I can fly.
There you go.
What?
That one.
Oh yeah.
Give us a read through, Alex.
Yeah, so essentially what they're saying is that they're tracking that because now as those debris come down, as they are, affected by the atmospheric drag, they're going to be lower in their orbit, and, between that there's a bunch of satellites from Starlink. Over 6,300, I believe, are in orbit
What
right
a
now.
mess.
So that's a lot of Starlinks, and so they're going to need to coordinate to be able to track all of those. Thankfully, it happened probably high enough that by the time they cross Starlink's orbits, they're gonna have time to track a lot more of these debris and know better where they are and everything. Still, that's not really good at all. And what they say is that they're sort of like flexing that even when they failed a mission, Starlink 9-3, it happened below 300 kilometers, and it is true. Like that second stage, it did not break up, but it was essentially orbital debris when it failed because it was not able to deorbit. However, because it was on such a low orbit, it re-entered pretty much the same day or like the day after. So, and then also it says by design, Starlink satellites fully demise upon re-entry, posing no threat to public safety. And the proof of that is that there's been hundreds of Starlink re-entries all over the globe, and there has not been any sort of any sort of pieces affecting anyone on the ground.
Yeah.
Especially with the V2 minis, which are like over a ton. Not that's the V2, excuse me, almost a ton. The V2 minis are like 730 kilograms. So that's really big satellites that they have re-entered, and there hasn't been any report after hundreds of re-entries. Hey, there's been this piece of thruster or whatever, right? And oh, it's a Starlink.
Right. I just I don't know what mechanism, if any, would be possible to fix this, but it's just really disconcerting to see China continue to launch rockets and have boosters hit villages, launch rockets and have the upper stages explode and just spew debris into high orbits. Like this is just this should
Jack,
not be acceptable behavior.
You're absolutely right. One quick addendum to that. Rockets that go up, come back down, and land in populated areas are not called rockets. Those are called missiles.
Yeah.
Don't get confused.
Yeah. No,
it's not acceptable, guys.
Not disagreeing with you. It's just
right? Yeah.
And especially when they use toxic fuels, and you just see people's cell phone video, and there's an orange cloud, and it's like we all know what the orange cloud means. It means run away. Like,
ironically, this rocket is essentially Kerolox with solar boosters, so it's actually a little bit more efficient in that sense. It doesn't. Well, I mean, the solids are really polluted, but you know what I mean, right? That it's not hypergolics at the very least, and that's insane that we have to say, well, at least it's not hypergolics.
I mean, it's a low bar,
but it's true.
Yeah,
it's a really low bar.
That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay, Alex, you said in our back channel you have one rant about this topic and you're done. Well, go ahead and do your rant, and we'll move on to. I'm going to scroll Raptor 3 pictures.
Yeah,
baby.
Raptor 3. So I'm so tired of people every single time there's a Starlink launch. Oh, there's more space junk being launched and whatever. And like, I'm so tired. And then this happens. Like, if you want to complain about space junk and debris and everything, complain about these things happening in space, right? It's like,
oh yeah,
just because there's a ton of satellites in orbit, there has not been any single incident after 5 years of thousands of Starlink satellites in orbit. Yet there's been hundreds of these kind of events in orbit from multiple other actors essentially not being responsible. So that's my rant.
No, you're 100%.
You never
agree.
once paid for snacks. Wait, what? No, I agree with you. I 100% agree. You're absolutely right, man. It's unacceptable.
Agreed. I mean, you have SpaceX again, like purposefully building the satellites so they totally burn up, purposefully using a low orbit so that they naturally will re-enter the atmosphere in a short period of time. Like they are making the satellites darker. There was the visor sats. Remember the visor sats? Like they're trying to be good actors, and they're doing above and beyond what they would have to do. They're just trying to do it right.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's just
Jack. You could even just to build off, like, dude, I agree with you. Just to build off what you're saying, like SpaceX is having unknown behavior with their trunks. Their trunks are coming down from Dragon.
Perfect.
They're coming down relatively intact.
I mean,
guess what they did? They did.
Now they're changing.
They changed it because that's unacceptable behavior when you're on the main stage.
That's what everybody that is little bit of smart and sane needs to do in space. Like that's the whole thing. Like, I don't know.
No,
it just
it's frustrating.
Makes me go nuts because I've seen a lot of people saying all of this, and then it's like, no, that's not the whole point.
Right. Well, that's our job in part. one part of our job is to be spicy. One part of our job is to hopefully, get the word out there on and contextualize these things so that people can be more informed, and hopefully
And now you know.
entertained.
And knowing is half the battle.
Someone said in chat, anybody noted how Alex finished his rant exactly on the 0 of the counter?
I did notice that. Good job. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I remember what I was gonna say. Anyways, let's I think let's put a pin in it. Like, boo, Long March 6A. I don't.
No, it's yeah. I mean, dude. I like looking at both sides of the situation. There's no both sides of the situation here. That's unacceptable.
Right. Just not acceptable behavior.
Yeah. There's no, no, just no. That's it. No, don't do that again.
And like, these things happen, of course, but at least other actors, again, as I was saying, like it has happened with the Breeze upper stage, the Centaur upper stage, where after multiple of these events, the companies have been like, let's fix this, right? Because it's not normal that you just let it happen, but somehow other people do let it happen.
It's just a huge point of going to space is improving life on Earth. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what going to space is for. I mean, it's about exploration, it's about scientific discovery, and it's about making our lives on Earth better. GPS, telecommunications, satellite where there's no cell signal, weather forecasting. I mean, hello, if anybody lives in a place where there's hurricanes, hey, guess what's really important? Weather forecasting that's accurate and has enough lead time so that you can get the heck out of Dodge when a big honking hurricane's coming right at your face. Like,
you ain't lying.
There's just so many things that we're supposed to be using this resource, the vast beautifulness of space, to improve our life here on Earth and hopefully begin to better protect this jewel of a planet that we live on. And then you have bad actors who are Anyways, you all get it. I think
let's destroy satellites in orbit with a weapon, because why not?
Okay, let's talk about something happy and cool, because SpaceX released pictures of Raptor 3, and it's actually cool. Like, it's frosty. Like the cooling on it clearly
some of it is
really, really
Part
well.
of it's frosty.
So Alex, tell us about Raptor 3. This is a partially assembled engine, right? There's no possible way that could be a complete engine firing on a test stand. Oh, wait.
I remember, when last week, because it's actually being between the two flame trenches that all of this has happened. Where last Saturday, I think it was, first, the first picture was actually on Friday, but then on Saturday, SpaceX published more pictures. And a lot of people, including certain CEOs, were saying that it was a partially assembled engine. And here it is. I mean, it's right behind me. Hang on, here. It's firing. It's a partially assembled engine. It's firing, right? It's not partially assembled. That's essentially how it's being redesigned. That Raptor 3 is an evolution of the Raptor 1 or Raptor 2. There's more pictures, I believe, that show. I think there's one from Elon where it shows also the pre-burner side, because a lot of people were saying, oh, but this side doesn't have the other bits. And it's like, yeah, well, that's how Raptor works. You have the central part, and then you have the fuel, turbo pumps, and pre-burner and everything all on the side. So, of course, this side of the engine doesn't have that. But for that, you need the other side. Lower, the other that one. Yeah, I'm seeing it on our preview. I was trying to help. But yeah, that's the one. And you can see it there, sort of on the side. That's where the pre-burner and the and all of the things for the methane side. But you can see it's very frosty, and that is part of the design as well of Raptor 3. Don't get me wrong though, Raptor 2 and Raptor 1 also got frosty, because there's frosty pipes there. Essentially, you have all of the cooling lines for the methane and everything. There's a bunch of things that need to be cooled with the methane. But this Raptor 3 engine has even more integrated systems that need even more cooling. So you see a lot more frost than you will see, for example, on 2 or 1. So that is, thank you. For example, the bits that are not cooled, it's because there are return lines. So the whole thing works that you have from the upper right, that's where the liquid methane comes in.
Yep.
That's essentially the side for the liquid methane. It's where the pump is to the side, up to the right.
And
it comes down that tube.
It absorbs the heat from the combustion chamber and other parts, and then sends that heated methane back into the tank, where it's used for autogenous pressurization.
Well,
and also burned.
exactly. So you can see the top of the nozzle has this sort of ring that is not frosty. That is because it has the heated methane. The methane has gone through cooling channels on the nozzle, and then it returns back up. It goes around that ring, and then there's like two tubes. You can actually see one of them on the left and one on the right. And so the one on the right, I believe it goes back to one of the oxidizer preburners. So essentially sending hot methane to the oxidizer preburner. And then the big one, the big pipe on the left that goes up, and then it joins the methane preburner that's heated methane going into the whole system. And then you can see up on there's another ring of not frosty
Right.
stuff that is the hot methane from having cooled down the main combustion chamber and almost down to the throat. So the throat is then cooled by the other loop that is frosty on the bottom.
Right.
There's like frosty, not frosty, frosty, not frosty. The one is sort of like down, and then the other one. And that's more or less how it works, the whole system.
So
What a beautiful.
And then you have
Alex,
the engine running there with the plume.
Yeah, I'm so obviously I spend a lot of time in Starbase. I think back on Booster 4 when they lifted it onto the launch mount. All the engines were unshielded, and you could just see, 33 or what was it, 29 at the time,
29.
Raptor engines just in all their glory as they lifted the thing onto the mount. And I'm so excited for Raptor 3 because they're deleting all that heat shielding because there's so much integral cooling built into the engine itself that whenever we do get a booster equipped with Raptor 3s, it's going to look awesome when they lift it onto the mount, provided there's no booties. Although I think even with booties, it's going to look sick. So yeah, I'm super. Photon Empress, I know you spend a lot of time in Starbase. I see your Cybertruck all the time. I've got some.
Wait.
Sick
We
photos.
see you on
do?
the streams as well.
Wait. Why did I not know this? Come on. They never invited me down there.
Dude, weren't you supposed to come here and then your truck went kaflooey?
That was not my fault. Okay.
I'm not saying it was.
That was not my fault. The rear brakes blew out, and I had to fix them in a driveway in the middle of nowhere. Okay.
It happens. Trust me, I know. It happens.
I was trying to catch up to you and D. Dang it.
That was such a fun stream. We really need to do that again. Ideally, first, this is so much work that we're not going to be able to have time to do, so don't get your hopes up. But ideally, we have like a Starship flight cannonball. Like everybody starts at a starting line that isn't an equal number of miles wherever they're out. Okay, at 1,000 miles, everybody stop, and then everybody goes, and everyone's streaming from their cars, birds, and so we can do like who gets to Starbase first kind of thing. As long as we drive safely. We need to do what?
We need to do that.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. Siri, so how long do we think until we see this thing on a vehicle? Like, it's going to be a ways out, I presume.
They're going to have to. I mean, they're test firing. I mean, SpaceX goes fast. They really, EJ? Thanks for that poignant point. Thank you. That's great. Good job, man.
Oh,
no,
they're throwing it at me. Okay. Oh, cool. Then EJ, go.
Wait, what? Hello?
I'm going to talk.
What do you mean it took too long to talk? No.
Well, EJ was starting to talk, so I let him talk. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll be all right.
No, I mean, Alex, I think we're going to be both in agreement here. It's going to be sooner rather than later. I mean, it's just with the scale the industrial scale that SpaceX has set up here with rocket manufacturing. Yeah, it's gonna happen sooner or later. By the end of the year, maybe. I'm throwing that out there completely off the cuff.
This was Raptor 3 serial number 1, which I suspect will be tested to destruction. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe by the end of the year, that'd be really interesting. It's like booster wise, what booster number would you expect to see Raptor 3s installed on? Like, we're at booster 15 is getting stacked right now in the high bay. It's the most current booster that we've seen parts for, and that is still Raptor V2.
You know, one of the things that I've sort of tried to guess for a long time with this whole thing is that when SpaceX released the numbers for version 2 and version 3,
Right.
version 3 did look like, it was going to be using Raptor 3, but version 2, it was like a really scaled down version of Raptor 3, because it was like when you did the numbers on the thrust levels that they needed to run the engine, it was like something like 250 tons or something like that. And so it's like that's a lot lower than what they had advertised with Raptor 3, which is 280 tons of thrust. But then you can expect, right, that at first they're probably going to be running them not at the maximum thrust levels, but probably lower, so that they can go nice with the engine and get a lot of data with it. The problem is all of the boosters that we have seen right now, they are not either version 2 or version 3 or whatever. Booster 15 is still version 1. Sure, it's different than booster 12, 13, or whatever, but it just, it's because every single booster has some kind of little differences here and there, incremental differences. In order to see a big change, we really need to see a big change as well on the hardware. And so far, booster 15 is just like 12, 13, and 14. Even the engine section is pretty much the same as well. We haven't really, well, except for the landing tank on the liquid oxygen tank. But
Right.
that can be bunched up on all of the little changes that they usually do, right?
Right.
We also saw a Raptor. So on the pictures that SpaceX showed, there was a Raptor 2 that was up to, I think it was 569 or something like that, which is
Nice.
a lot more engines. Like that's about 200 engines from what we have seen already on ships and boosters. So potentially they have 200 engines. That's probably like what, 5 or 6 boosters or something like that. Like that's a lot of engines. They probably have enough engines right now, Raptor 2s, to be able to go through all of the remaining version 1 boosters. But the ship is already version 2, and we have talked about this many times, where
Right.
it's becoming very clear that for a short period of time they're going to be flying version 1 boosters with version 2 ships on top. And so there's a good chance that perhaps ship 33 will be the first one to have Raptor 3 engines.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
there's another thing that we should point out here. For Raptor 2, when they transition from 1 to 2, and this is probably relevant to the whole conversation here on when we should expect this, when they did that, the first test of Raptor 2 was on October 2021. If you remember, the following month, there was this whole thing around Thanksgiving of Elon being like, you really need to ramp up production of Raptor 2, otherwise, we're going to go broke, or some stuff like that. They did not go broke or anything.
Right.
Spoiler alert. um, but when they eventually put Raptor 2 engines on a vehicle, that was on June 2022. It was essentially, so if you add it out all up, it's essentially 6 months, 3 months, so 9 months afterwards, after the first test of this engine. But that was Raptor 2. They had not flown any Raptor 2s. They had not flown any, like, they had no experience with flying a booster or flying a ship. They had no, other than the suborbital hops. This time they do have that. And if Raptor 3 proves to be reliable on the test, and you could in theory see perhaps ship 33 being the first one, say maybe getting the engines by the end of the year, for example. That will be maybe like 5 months from first firing until you see a bunch of these engines on a vehicle. And it's only 6 engines. It's not 33 or 35 or whatever many
Right.
engines future boosters may have. And you could see potentially in the future we're going to have booster with Raptor 2s and ship with Raptor 3s, but it's version 2 of the ship. And along this same note, that will allow them to be able to build up their production systems for Raptor 3 and the testing campaigns and everything. Is this test stand, they're building 2 copies of these at McGregor with potentially 2 bays each. So in total, they will have 6 bays to test Raptor 3s. So if they are increasing cadence on that production of the engine and everything, they'll also be able to test more of these engines. So
Yeah. That would be pretty great. I mean, they are going to need that capacity. at some point.
Yep, that's what I was saying,
Um,
man. Their industrial base is scaling like crazy. It's going to be sooner rather than later.
Okay, I have a question for both of you, and this is like we might need to have like a segment stinger for this going forward, but it's like tinfoil hat time with Jack. Um, Remember that time where they said that they, or at least we all heard, that they were trying to move away from 3D printing on Raptor, and that 3D printing was bad, and then now we see Raptor version 3 that is like highly dependent on 3D printing, and in fact, I think Elon even tweeted in the last week or two that it's like underrated how SpaceX has the most advanced 3D printing in the world, or something along those lines, which I've said it many times. An Elon tweet does not reality make, but look at Raptor 3 and tell me that they're not exceptionally good at 3D printing at a extremely high level of precision. So my question is, do you think that this whole we're not going to do 3D printing as much as possible to 3D printing is super important to this design, was that a head fake? Or was that like a change in design rationale or plans? Like, was that like them telling the whole industry, "Hey, we're not going to do 3D printing bad," and then secretly behind the scenes like 3D printing good? Or is it just how things worked out? EJ, I'll let you go first.
I think their design changes, dude. I think their philosophy changes. SpaceX is rapid and iterative. You could be totally against something 1 second, like stainless steel as your primary pressure vessel and structure. Hello? Okay. He's gone. Anyway, and then just switch to it. You could be, space. They were insistent on carbon fiber or carbon composite pressure vessel, and then nope, steel. I think if they prove out through their iterative testing, and it's not just like flying. There's all kinds of crazy tests that they do all the time in house that we never hear about, right? Like if the science makes sense and the numbers are right, go for it. I mean, the other thing to take into account is that, like what type of additive manufacturing are they using? Are they using like a laser sinterer? Because the laser sinterer, I don't know if that works. I mean, they could be using stereolithography, which has been in the industry for a long time.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Oh,
Jack.
No.
What?
In you, it is even funnier because you're. Never mind.
What?
Jamie, what did you do? Jamie, why'd you do this? I saw your comment.
Alex, what's your take? Head fake or design changes?
Because
I think it was a head fake. I think they've been planning this the whole time. I'm telling you.
You do that.
I do agree that 3D printing is really slow.
You do that too well.
You really need a breakthrough in 3D printing to be able to 3D print things really quickly. But if what you're trying to develop is really complicated in shape, and sure, it could probably be, made with some other more traditional tooling, but if 3D printing can get you there without really needing complicated tooling and everything, then you may use 3D printing at first. Like that, this is one of the things that is usually done where, especially in early prototyping, you may use, oh God, he's doing it again. I'm seeing it on a preview. You may use 3D printing to be able to do those complicated parts, test them, make sure that they actually work, and then being like, okay, they work. Now we're going to be making our own tooling for this, our own specialized tooling. Like, this is not the same, of course, but you can, for example, think about how they were making the domes for Starship. Like, it was a really janky procedure that they were making the domes way early in the program until they got proper tooling for it, because they had to figure out if the dome design that they wanted to put on Starship actually worked. And so you usually don't go to really complicated tooling until you really have that design nailed down. So with Raptor 3, you can think about it that way, where it's a really complicated piece of equipment, of hardware that we need to fabricate. And if we do it the traditional way, it needs super expensive tooling that we don't. That if we want to change the piece, then we need to change the tooling, and then the tooling costs us a leg or something like that. Right?
Right.
Speaking of
sense.
domes, we need to look at Jack's dome.
Look,
Oh,
everyone's freaking
God.
out about how simple Raptor 3 is, and I'm not saying it was aliens, but it's aliens.
I'll be honest.
Also, thank you so much to
Can we-
Photon Empress for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. 50!
Yeah, baby.
50!
I gotta
Thank
say, after seeing you, Jack, can we rename the show to The Foil Trench?
No, absolutely not.
It's the
Honestly,
Foil
I think it's
Trench.
kind of a vibe. Like
You
I
got-
can
you
say
got a little
whatever
visor there.
unhinged stuff I want, and everyone is just expecting.
just
it 'cause
gotta
I'm already
say-
wearing.
As an Spaniard, you just look like Don Quixote.
Is that good? I think that's good, right?
He does, right?
yeah, I see it.
He just needs the the thing and the shield and everything.
Oh my God. What is
The
happening?
gifts. The gifts on this episode are going to be a lot. I might regret doing that, but you know what?
I'm gonna
So
make
be
that
it.
my profile picture.
Oh God, maybe I should make it mine. Just make it my Twitter profile.
Dude, do it. You won't.
All
Come on,
right.
chat. Come on, chat. If you gift enough subs, he'll do it. I swear.
I mean,
We're streaming on the internet. Trust me. I've done this for a long time.
I still haven't shaved my beard because Alex said on stream that I couldn't shave it until after Flight 5. So that's why you're getting the lumberjack back.
Lumberjack.
Yeah. But seriously, thank you, Jamie. That was insane. 50 memberships. Make sure you thank Jamie in chat. That's Photon Empress.
That's a lot of people
Space-
now that will have
Space Pope. Yes, Alex, 50. That's a lot of people.
A lot of people. Ooh.
Space Pope. Also with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. They say Jack's hat is Pope approved. That is insane. Thank you. Musical Wolves with a super chat saying Raptor 3 looks too clean, and also with a super chat saying, any guess on how much longer till Raptor 3 will be used? I think we talked about that a little bit. Oh God, there's already an emoji or a react.
Yep.
Oh no, there's a Discord react.
Yeah, if you're on Discord, you can use that one.
Why do I do this? Why do I do this to myself?
Hey, if I have emojis, you should also have one.
It's not like I don't. There's a bunch of Jack emojis.
That's true.
There's so many. Eric Frazier, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership. Tommy, thank you for the super chat saying rant tokens. Telstar86 also with a rant
Good
token
name.
for Alex. I think people were appreciating the rant, Alex. I know I was. Telstar86 with another super chat. Ninja Decimator. Pew, 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 pew.
There you go.
Kevin. With a super chat asking EJ, we asked the manager. The manager came in and told us the same thing, and we believe Das. Das has manager powers. That's from earlier.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Das could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in a white dress. He is absolutely magical.
White gloves, man. Damn.
What?
Never mind.
I'm sorry. Reference. And also Ninja Decimator. Pew pew pew. With another super chat. It's so loud. Saying insert Simpsons movie jingle. Dome Depot, because forward dome. So Kevin, while we were ranting and I was running into the kitchen to grab tinfoil for no particular reason.
Dude, you were gone. I was like, where'd he go? He's gone. All right.
Kevin was showing camera a new video that we just put out that I think is absolutely fantastic. It goes over all of the stuff that we have been able to discern from the new environmental assessment. I know he's been playing it before, Ryan. That's what I said. That's what we said. Is Ryan even watching?
Video.
No, he's not watching.
I know he's mean, but is he even watching? But yeah, it's a really fantastic video that breaks down all of this stuff, right, Alex?
Yeah, a 150. What? No, don't show that. It's a 143 document. They made me analyze it. I was basically locked in a room with a bunch of pizza slices, and I had to come out 48 hours later with a script, or else I'm gonna be fired. No, that actually did not happen. It was
did, though.
actually 36 hours. Anyways.
See?
But yeah, we wanted to make a video out of it because every single time there's one of these documents, there's a bunch of information that is containing those. And let's be honest, not everybody has the time to look through a 143 page document. And nobody can tell me that they can take less than 28 minutes to be able to read through it. Instead, you can have a much shorter version of that, going essentially down to the essential bits, watching that video, where we go through all of the important stuff. Why is it needed? Like, oh my God, there's another environmental assessment, or FA, right? You usually have those kind of comments, and
It's
so it's
actually
like,
a
well,
good
this is
thing,
why. Yeah,
because in a lot of ways they are, this is setting the groundwork for Starship version 2 and Starship version 3, so that hopefully when we get to that point, they don't have to go through this process again, which is a really good thing. But yeah, go check out that video. It's amazing. The team worked really hard to put it together as fast as possible, and it breaks down everything that we can sort of discern from that assessment.
Jack, as a producer, I'm really excited that we have documents like this, because documents like this tell us what's happening in the future. Right? We learned so much about Starship version 3 from this document, and about what's going to happen to the launch site in Boca Chica, and even 39A. So like, keep putting out these documents. Alex will keep sitting in the room and eating pizza for 48 hours, because we need this information. This is the information that no one wants to read. A 143-page document. Alex does, because he learns a lot about Starship.
All right, hear me out. Just let me cook for a second. Get some electrodes, like we fashion a taser into some sort, but we make the taser internet enabled, and so we have a camera in Alex's room, and when he's not working on the script, was like somebody can just press a button, like one of the 5 operators can just press a button and tase Alex. Like, I think the plan.
That's perfect. Let's do it.
yeah. And as Ryan Weber was pointing out in the back channel, and I was also going to be pointing this out, is that we have more coming up, because there's other environmental assessments being proposed, essentially for 39A and Slick 37. They are right now in that period where they go through early consulting and early comments. In those cases, it's an environmental impact statement, but we're going to have a draft EIS. For 37, I think it's going to be later this year, and for 39A, it's going to be early next year. That's, I think, how their schedules are going to be like. And then a final one will also be released later down the line. We'll also have a final, because this was a draft of the EA. So eventually it's going to be a final one with modifications and recommendations and when, if you remember, when they had the FONSI back in 2022, yes, yeah. Hey, exactly. When they had that, they had a whole list, like I think it was like 80 something mitigations. A finding of no significant impact.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, you showed it actually on screen earlier, showing the video. I thought. Anyways, yeah, it is essentially a finding of no significant impact, and sometimes there's mitigated FONSIs. So mitigated FONSIs, what it means is, sure, there's not going to be a significant impact, but for that, you need to do like this list of things. So I'm expecting something along those lines for Starbase when they release the final EA and they get the mitigated FONSI. I think it's going to be a mitigated FONSI for that. And we're going to get a lot of information about what else they need to do and what else, all updated stuff, because whenever that process ends, they're going to be updating a bunch of these numbers. So we're going to have another video probably about that, and also for 39A, for 37, you name it. And for those that may thinking, why don't you do it for Blue Origin, for example? We actually do. When they do it for other companies at the Cape, we do that on a KC flyover. So just saying, we had a recent one with Stoke.
Can I just take a second to say that
Okay, time's up.
Oh, dang it. Go ahead, EJ.
No. You have the floor.
I actually forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
I completely forgot what I was going to say. I had a whole thing that I wanted to rant about.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Ah!
Just completely gone.
EJ, you just blew it.
Sorry, my man.
Yeah, it's
Think
cool.
he's gonna be okay?
It's cool. Let's. Oh, that's what I was going to say. It's so completely. Yeah. When Kevin was talking and you were doing the "Hello, is that you, God" thing, I immediately thought of Real Genius. You know, the movie with the popcorn
Yes.
and the
Yes.
B1B. Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
Of course I do.
You know.
Yes.
Let's just get this question out of the way. Neil Lawson is asking, what do you think about... Oh, no! Now I remember what I was going to say. We were talking about the EA video. My brain works, you guys. It works so good. I'm real good at brain. We're talking about the EA video. And, you know, I just want to take a second to say, we thank our members a lot on these streams. We thank the super chatters. We spend time doing that. And it's for a reason. Like, we could work our butt off on videos like this. It's a really good video that we hope all of our viewers really love, but it doesn't necessarily translate to views on YouTube. And at a certain point, we just have things that we think should exist, whether or not we think, you know, they're going to do gangbusters on YouTube or the algorithm will like them or what have you. So when I repeatedly say thank you to the members, I hope you all know that that is the kind of support that enables us to do videos like this and everything that we do. I just wanted to, you know, push that point home. I'm really good at brain.
I can be honest for like a quick second here. We actually had that worry, right? Because it's like, this is just a dump of information. It's a 143 page. Will people even watch this?
Right.
And so but we still did it because it's like, look, we got to do it. There's a lot of information and we can reference it back whenever we have a live stream and somebody asks, oh, well, you know, you can watch this complete video, you know, about all of this stuff. And it's a resource that, you know, we have, that you guys have, that you can watch, you can see that information being laid out. And it's important for, you know, to know what's going to happen in the future. And if you're more into the environmental stuff, we also spend, I think it's like 8 minutes towards the end of all of the things that they talk about. We didn't go into the, you know, the puppy plover, it's going to be affected this way or whatever. But we,
but it won't. But it won't, though. That's right.
Yeah.
SpaceX said it. They won't.
But that's the thing, right? That there's a lot of things like that. And, you know, if you are into more about why is it needed, that's towards the beginning, for example. Towards the middle, you have a bunch of the updates to the launch site and to the vehicle and things like that. And then towards the end, I'm essentially just spoiling the whole video, but I don't care. And then towards the end, it's like the environmental consequences, because you're increasing the launch cadence to 25 launches. They are expecting 24,000 trucks every year. Like, that's a lot of trucks.
A lot of trucks.
And then potential ways of how to mitigate that and how will affect that the road, because that's a lot of trucks going down that road, and that road is not good.
It's true.
So yeah.
Highway 4 is not designed for heavy traffic.
All right, let's do some viewer questions.
Yes,
and then we should probably talk about what else is going on in Starbase, and then we should probably wrap up. But we have to do this one from Neil Lawson. What do you think about Tori's comment about Raptor 3 being, quote, partially assembled, unquote? I don't think there's anything I want to say about this beyond, holy cow, Gwen was savage in her clapback on Twitter. It was amazing. That's what one of the things I was referencing at the top of the show when I said space company CEOs are being spicy, so we don't have to be. Like, that was... can we get David Limp in on the spiciness? Like, can we get Jeff Bezos, like, getting spiced? Like, let's go. I'm so here for this. But yeah, I don't know. EJ, I'll let you go first. What do you think about Tori's comment about Raptor 3 being partially assembled?
I mean, he said right before that it's an amazing piece of equipment. I mean, he ain't wrong. It does look like it's missing some parts, but I do believe those parts are like pipes, the pipes that you have to hook up. So I'm not 100% sure exactly what he was getting at by that. I mean, as that guy knows a lot about rockets.
He does, but he's also the CEO of a competing company. Like, I don't know. I don't get me wrong. I love Tori Bruno. I think he is.
Could be seeing something we don't. I don't know. I don't know what
He's
he
a
means by
steely-eyed
that.
missile man, and he knows what he's talking about, and he's been
Oh, he's
around the
great.
block many, many, many times. I would classify this whole thing as a Tory L. A rare Tory L, but a Tory L. Similar to the thing he did recently where he was trying to equate, or trying to say Vulcan's first stage goes into orbit, and it's like, bro, what? No. So I would classify it as a Tory L. That's my take. You don't have to agree. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's completely normal that even for an experienced engineer as Tori, it obviously is such a machine. I mean, you can see it right behind me. Like
It's
how
amazing.
how does this thing even produce any thrust? Right. It's like it's missing components. And you kind of think, yeah, sure. But even for example, I saw a comment from one of the folks working on Raptor, and things like he talks about, as you can see from the test stand photo, I'm just quoting what he posted on LinkedIn. um, he says all required components and sensors are actually on the engine and not hidden anywhere behind concrete walls, a pure testament to engineering simplicity. So it is true that they have simplified the engine and they have reduced a bunch of the pipes, but there are still key components within that engine that are there. They are just not visible. It's sort of like, um when you you know that meme of, oh, they cut someone's hand and now the hand is cake or something like that. They're just trying to trick you. Yeah, right. Like it's literally like that. It's tricking you into thinking that there's missing parts, but there's a bunch of things that are just integrated onto the engine. That's the comment from a SpaceXer on LinkedIn, and that's the comment that it just seems like it's missing sensors and stuff like that. It's just that it's integrated into the engine in such a way that you really don't notice that it's there.
It
And
says, okay, wait. It says, our new and shiny clean Raptor version 3 engine has roared to life for the first time at our McGregor test site in Texas. For an initial 30-second hot fire test, dev teams will conduct extensive data reviews and push the engine to its limits. As you can see from the test stand photo, all required components and sensors are actually on the engine and not hidden anywhere behind concrete walls. Yeah, awesome.
so yeah, and that is one of the things that Elon also explained as well on Twitter or X, I guess.
It's
That
Twitter. Just call it Twitter.
I know.
Twixer.
That it is
No.
precisely
No, absolutely not.
I'm calling it that from now on, Jack.
that
Do you
it
say,
is
do you say
precisely that.
Zeet? Like, are you one of those people that says Zeet
What?
instead of tweet because it's X now? Some people say Zeet. I don't know.
No.
All right.
No,
Well,
I just like saying Twixer.
at least we can agree on that.
Yeah, the whole point that I'm trying to make is that it's not
You
just that
don't?
it is simple, but there's also a lot of hidden components that you will see in probably previous engines, because those engines needed to be in one certain configuration, but this one has been designed from the get-go to be like this. Um, and that is totally fine. Like, it probably makes the assembly a lot harder, though, if you think about it. Probably a lot of, and that's what, coming back again to the 3D printing and
3D
everything,
printing.
that exactly that Elon talked about. Probably a lot of the components are a lot more complex because you need now to reroute a bunch of things like sensors and wiring and all that stuff. There's going to be more bits added to this. For example, one of the things that are going to be added is going to be the gimbal mount, so that the engine can move for the
Right.
center engines on the ship, and for the center engines on the booster. Those need to move.
There's no TVC on it, right?
Well, there's two rods, but that's just to stick it, to keep it in place. There's
Right.
not, but it's attached to the location where the TVC will be located. Then there's also like a false ceiling that protects the dome. There's no shielding per se. The Raptors are going to be sort of naked, but above it, to be able to protect the plumbing and all of the wiring that is on the dome, they have
like
these
that false floor that we've seen on Starship and whatnot.
False ceiling. Yeah, exactly.
Moldy
So, like a
Space.
little bit of. Go ahead.
Moldy Space in chat says Twixer is as cursed as the worm ball. I will agree to that. Worm ball is so cursed.
When
also,
you work
someone whose name rhymes with Gon Jawaway. I don't know who that might be. You're saying we're going to do a video when one of these installed and see how it shakes out. When are components hidden behind concrete walls? Like, fair to say, we will have more thoughts on this question and more answers hopefully once we see engines installed on an actual vehicle.
I do think that it's running. You like there's no way of saying that engine is not complete because it's running. Now, what you will say is, well, yeah, of course, when it's attached to a booster or a ship, there's going to be more bits. Well, of course, there's going to be more bits. Like, come on, right? Like,
I mean,
the
okay.
same thing you can say for Raptor 2 and Raptor 1. Like,
Yeah.
that's totally true for every single engine during its test stand. Like during its test stand operations, it's going to be one way. In fact, sometimes during the test stand operations, there's going to be a lot more sensors because what you want to know is how it, during testing, especially during acceptance testing, you want to know how it operates and everything. And then during flight, you will have some sensors, but not all of the ones that you probably will want on a test stand because you also don't want to, completely, especially when you have 33 of them, you cannot have a bunch of sensors everywhere and have a data system that can process all of that in real time. Sometimes flight computers have a limit.
Well, it sounds like EJ has thoughts. EJ, go.
Go.
I mean, we're sitting here, and everybody can sit here and say like, "Oh, Tory Bruno took the L," and yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say like, in the court of public opinion, that's a huge L, but also, like, I think it's important. Like, what's Tory Bruno supposed to say? What is he supposed to say? Oh yeah, this engine's better than mine. Like, what is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to sit there and be like, "Yep, nope, I wish I had that motor"? He's not going to say that, right? Like,
Yeah.
what is he supposed to do? Just sit there and be like, "Yeah, that's pretty awesome." Like, I mean, he did say that actually. He said that a little bit later, believe it or not. But I don't know. It's just something to kind of think about. Like, yeah, you got to say, like, if you're going to say something, right? Like, but just an idle thought, I guess. Like, what is he going to do? Just, oh yeah, this engine's way better than us. Like everything that we use is nothing like that. Like he's not going to say that.
Right.
Like, why would he say that?
100%. So, all right, what else has been going on in Starbase? Ship 30 had an engine swapped. It was an RVAC. It went to Massey's. It did a spin prime. It went back to the production site. Not clear why it only did a spin prime and not another static. I would guess maybe they just needed to do a spin prime, and that's all they needed to do? Question mark. Tower 2 continuing to be worked on. Yeah, I mean, we did a flyover this week. I don't want to spoil everything that we caught, but yeah, you can sort of see a state of Starbase in this tweet from the Burgonator here, which, reminder to follow NSF on all the various socials, wherever you get your social media feeds, whether it's Threads or Instagram or Twitter or X
Threads to
or
Twixer. Instaface.
Yeah, Facetagram space, Spacebook.
Yeah. Gamecast.
But Burgonator here says, Ship 30 spin prime completed the testing requirements for post-engine swap out. Booster 12 is ready to go and waiting for rollout. Booster 14.1 is the additional booster.
Slap.
Is doing additional booster catch testing with upcoming slap and, does that say clap tests?
Slap and clap test, baby.
Slap.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so slap is one stick, clap is 2 sticks. I'm looking forward to that. And Ship 31 is undergoing thermal protection system replacement, just like Ship 30. So, yeah, based on all this, Flight 5 likely looking like September at some point. I feel like I've been saying early to mid-September for a while now. I think that's probably a good guess, but we'll have to see how the regulatory side shakes out. But
I really want them to roll 13 out for another booster test.
I would be very happy about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that tweet from Burgonator is in response to a SpaceX tweet. That's what his name is. It's Burgonator. Is in response to a SpaceX tweet, basically signaling that they're ready for Flight 5 minus regulatory stuff. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Did you come up with the name Burgonator?
I did.
I think that was
if you remove me, Kevin, there you go. You can see there. That's booster 14.1.
Did you just call me Kevin?
No, I called Kevin, the producer, to remove me from screen, but he did as I was saying that.
Okay. All right.
Good deal.
I was literally in front of it. There you go.
All right. Yeah. No, that's fair.
All right. Well, am I forgetting anything that's happened in Starbase? I mean, I am here.
Tower 2.
Remember, I said Tower 2.
I don't know. Look out the window, Jack.
But the crane is waking up.
Crane's waking up. What do you know?
Yeah, it
The,
has already been reconfigured. There's a road closure for Module 7 to be able to roll out. So we're going to have
Fellas,
more stacking.
That's going to be
I,
tonight, right? The midnight to 3 a.m. closure tonight.
Fellas,
I don't know, to be fair.
What's up?
Real quick, I don't think that crane's doing anything anytime soon. The CC 8800. I don't think that's doing nothing.
It's partially raised, but it's
There was a little bit of a
broke.
yeah.
They snapped the pendant. That crane is not doing anything for a little while.
Okay, explain that, because earlier on Starbase Live we did see there was an observation. I'll use space parlance. We had an observation on Starbase.
There was a little bit of a funny with
yeah,
the crane.
there was a funny there.
A little bit of a funny.
Some might call it an oopsie daisy, or perhaps an uh-oh.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Yeah.
Oops.
So yeah, what do you explain, EJ, for those who might have missed that?
Okay, on the crane, so cranes borrow a lot of terminology from sailing. So there's jibs, there's pendants, there's booms, masts, stuff like that. Pendants are metal, basically hinged metal rods that hold certain parts of the crane together. And if I saw what I saw right, it looks like they snapped one of the pendants. The pendants, at least something that it connects to. I'm not 100% familiar with cranes, but I know enough about cranes to know that if something like that is shearing off, and it did, that's introducing force to parts of the crane's shearing force in this analogy that you do not want. Who knows what else you did to that thing? I honestly think that thing they probably need to look over the whole thing, but I could be wrong. I mean, once again, I'm not a hoist. I don't have a hoisting license. Not a hoist guy.
Are you forklift certified?
No, I am not. I know how to use one though. Does that help?
In any case,
Yes.
it happened while they were trying to wake it up, so they were sort of readying for it. And yes, I look up the website, and the road closure was going to be from midnight to 3 a.m. tonight.
That could have just been a backup for Ship 30's roll, though.
No, it is not. Why will it roll to the pad? There's nowhere.
I mean, Ship 30 rolled this morning, but
it says from production site to pad.
Oh, okay. Then.
On the document, so
Kevin Ryan has the
and that is
snap
essentially
video in the back channel
for a module, because it also says the transport will take approximately 1 hour.
Got it.
So yeah,
This
August
is the
11th, midnight, 3 a.m., and then alternative on.
This is the snap video here, right? See, Kevin is trying to find the actual event.
It's coming along there.
You were told 220, and he jumped to 230. There we go.
It looks anticlimactic, but with any machinery this big, that is a super serious thing to have happen.
It happened before that, though. That's the aftermath.
No, isn't it right here?
Ryan told you 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and you're on 2:30. Go back a little bit earlier.
Oh man, that's not good, dude. Look at the it's bouncing around. It should not be bouncing around.
I'm looking.
That is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's sketchy.
So it happened at 2:30, right where I went to, not 2:20. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
In
that's
your
what
face,
that's
Alex.
what Ryan said.
Ryan's wrong.
Damn. Ryan Wrongton. Damn.
But yeah, interesting observation, EJ. I do wonder how long it'll take them to get the crane back in traction.
I mean, dude, it's like if something weird like that. There's a lot of moving parts on that crane. All right, there's a lot. That type of crane, guys. The CC 8800 is what's called a lattice crawler. It's assembled. It's like a big Lego kit or a mechano kit or an erector set. It's assembled. So because it's assembled components, right? Like these, there's a lot of small pieces, a lot of odds and ends, right? And reconfiguring the crane, you take it apart, you put it back together. It's like, like I said, it's like Voltron. The more you hook up, the better it gets, right? But in this particular case,
there's a guy right next to it that sort of books it.
You see him get away from the dolly. He runs from that dolly. And guys, for a little bit of perspective on scale, that dolly's as big as the truck in the foreground of this shot. That Nissan right there. That dolly is huge. It's not a small piece of equipment. And they snapped something. And if you snap one thing, you don't know what you did to anything else. You could have worn out another component somewhere. I mean, I talked to my buddy who's a crane operator, like who uses these types of cranes, and he was saying he wouldn't touch that crane, wouldn't touch it. Like I kind of agree. There's a lot of moving parts. You don't know what other forces you induced on that thing by doing that. Watch the guy down the bottom, guys. It's
the whole entire boom and jib is just vibrating.
Yeah, because something else snapped. And if one thing snaps on the crane, you could introduce
cascade.
loads. Yeah, exactly. That's why he's like, nope. No, he heard it. Did you hear? He starts running before the thing moves.
Wow.
You see it move? That's not good. That's broken. That's very broken.
Well, I'm so glad nobody was hurt, because holy cow.
That boom is extremely heavy.
Right.
Yeah.
Whew. Well, anything
Watching
else
the N1 launch
I'm forgetting about that's happened in Starbase? I think that's about it.
Oh, jeez.
I'm glad you remembered that, EJ. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. All good, man.
Other than that,
Let's see.
And on that
don't recall
bombshell,
anything else.
it's time to.
A couple more questions I do want to run through. Starship 29A is asking, Starship 30 had an engine replaced. Why did it just do a spin prime? We don't know. I wish we did, but we don't.
But SpaceX deemed enough. Ship 28 went the same way, for example. It had engines replaced, and then it did only a spin prime test.
Right.
And it worked.
Let's see. Toaster Chip is asking, did Jack ever get those Kerbals back from Eve? Sorta. I don't want to talk about it, okay?
That's a no.
Dave is asking, I don't want to pry too far into personal lives, but is Sawyer doing all right? I remember he was in the hospital not too long ago. Sawyer is doing much better, and we'll be
He's
back.
doing fine, guys. I talked to him yesterday.
Okay, good. I know he wants to be back on the Flame Trench as soon as he can be.
He's got stuff to say. Don't worry. That's what we talked about. So that's how you know he's fine, because he's like, no, I got some stuff to say. I want to be spicy. I'm like, oh, okay, you're fine. All right, cool. You
had to carry the spice torch for both of you this week.
Yep.
Follow up from the very beginning of the show. It was a T-45A Goshawk, according to Adrian in chat, which I Googled quickly. And
Adrian got it right. Ryan in the back channel got it right. He's Ryan Wrighton now, not Ryan Wrongton.
No, he's Mr. Map.
Damn, I was trying to give Ryan. Hey, I spoke up for you. I'm just saying.
I mean, he's generally right about maps. I think I think we should call it. Tommy, thank you for the support. They say it's important that you do videos like that. It's what makes your channel great. Thanks, man. Like, from the bottom of all of our hearts, we're a bunch of hardworking, very passionate individuals, and it means a lot.
Hopefully more to come. There's a list that is endless.
There is a list. I can confirm.
A really long list of videos that we're like, should we do a bunch of these? Let's work on them and see what else we can do.
Right. And Saturn Man, thank you for the support. They say, insane episode, guys. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it. Also, speaking of support, thank you to our launch directors and our flight engineers, the two higher levels of the membership program. I'm talking really slow so that Kevin has time to bring... There we go. Launch directors and flight engineers. Those are the two higher levels of support for the member program. We could not do what we do without all of our members, all of our viewers. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing. It's sort of a giant crowdsourced news network for space stuff. And the launch directors and flight engineers are the cornerstone of that. Kevin, I'm getting the weird radio thing again. What is going on? Okay, I can't tell if it's EJ or actual. Are you doing a Hightower from Police Academy?
I thought there was a minute, please, sir. I thought sir.
Should we all be doing transatlantic voice or whatever?
He doesn't get it. Chatty doesn't get it.
Oh boy. Here comes the gifts.
It's the gifts. What did I not get? I don't know what I didn't get because I didn't get it.
Spaceballs, man. Come on.
It's been a long time.
Oh. Oh, you can't give Trevor any crap
I'm
ever
so
again.
easy
No, I
already.
can't.
Ever.
No, I can't. We just bonded over Real Genius. What's wrong with you? Nobody's seen Real Genius. We're friends. Don't throw me under the bus just because I haven't seen a movie that's played out like extremely recently. Yeah, I said it. Yeah. I'd way rather watch Blazing Saddles. I'd way rather watch History of the World Part 2.
Did you just call Spaceballs an extremely recent movie?
No, I said I haven't seen it extremely recently.
Oh, okay, all right.
I called it played out. That's what you're mad about.
Played out. Oh, yeah. Well,
That's
well,
EJ fighting.
Well, chat wanted me to fight you, Alex.
Oh,
I mean, I don't
chat.
want to, but I mean, I don't know. Do you box, dude?
I do not. I'm
I'm
not.
gonna be back in the
please
US
don't.
in a few weeks, so we can probably do that. In the mud.
Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore.
That's how he wins. That's how he wins.
No, I'm good.
Oh man, good deal. The hand thing. The hand thing means the taxes.
Yeah.
Good deal. Well, that was a spicy episode. Oh God, I forgot I did that. Why did I do that?
You got to live with that now. That's out on the internet, and
That's
you can't get it
on the
back.
internet forever now.
You can't get it back.
Why did I do that? Well, thank you to Kevin for operating the stream.
Tube 26 fan club. This is
Thank
the
you,
CEO.
Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
You
Thank
guys
you,
know-
EJ, for being on this week. Y'all, EJ streams on Twitch.
I
Like,
do. I
An
stream
insane amount. I don't know how you do it. So if you're not watching EJ over on Twitch, you should be subbed. So
It's easy to do when you love it, man.
yeah.
Did you guys know that Kevin's full name is Kevin Jan Michael Vincent Reed?
I did know that. You divulged that last week and blew
Yep.
my mind.
Yep, it's true. It's true.
In
Look
true
it
to
up.
form, we need another damn Kevin Jan Michael Vincent because there's too many sectors and not enough Kevin Jan Michael Vincent.
Yeah, see, it makes sense. But anyway, okay. Serious note. Jack, Alex, thanks for having me on here, guys. I do really appreciate it. I don't take this lightly. I try to bring my A game on here, and I know it's a privilege. So I know, I get wacky with things, but I do really appreciate you having me here. And Chad, I appreciate you listening to my annoying voice all day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
It cannot be more
absolutely.
annoying than mine.
I mean, debatable, but
Damn, man.
Wow.
no. When I was
Wow.
no.
Okay. It's beer o'clock. Let's go.
Thanks, Alex, for being on. I'm Jack. Nobody cares. I put an actual tinfoil hat on my head this episode. What's wrong with me?
It's on you, man.
Thank you all
My
for
title
watching.
on the thing is writer, but it should say talker. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I end the show.
No, you gotta say
Sure.
thank you to Alex.
But it should be with a tinfoil. With a
Yeah.
tinfoil hat.
No,
Yeah, I agree.
We've had enough of that.
It's
We've
a
had
foil
plenty of that.
trench.
Also, if you are a member and joined the members Discord on this stream, we do a pre-show and a post-show for the Flame Trench. So we're gonna hang out and do a little bit of post-show here. It's been a long show this week though, so maybe abbreviated post-show this week. But if you want more, you know where to get it. EJ's on Twitch. Our channel has videos. We'll be live for anything interesting happening in Starbase or the Cape. And yeah, pre-show and post-show exist. EJ, I meant to imply that Alex's voice was more annoying. I was not. It went the wrong way. I messed up. Okay, I messed up. I admit it. Okay, I messed up.
I mean, you put a tinfoil hat on your head. You played yourself. Congratulations, you just played yourself.
All right, that's it for this week's Flame Trench. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for the support, and we'll see you nerds next time.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantic. Tango down to nominal. Flight
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Waiting for the YouTubes.
And welcome
Yay.
to the NSF Flame Trench Post Show, where the rules are made up and the points don't matter. Hey,
We're in a deluge pond now.
we are combustion byproducts now. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go down on my seat. So,
Okay, bye-bye. Oh, wait, you're still here. Jack, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
You're mute. We can't, yeah, we can't hear you.
Hi, Membies. That's probably for the best, honestly. I was making bad jokes.
Oh, were they inappropriate?
I was surmising a Ryan reaction to what Alex said. There, that was the joke. What's up, Membies?
And Twitch chat. Say hi to my Twitch chat, Jack.
Hi, Twitch chat. Hi.
Yeah. Cool. Right.
Not
Hi,
you.
Twitch.
They
Only
say
me.
you smell. They say you smell, Kevin.
So, Mr. Kevin
supposed to-
Michael Reed, if I get out of VMix, does that mean that they will not be able to hear me? Dang.
Yeah, we have smell-o-vision on Twitch, Eric. Why don't you should come over? Go over, check it out. It's pretty cool. Yo. Hey, what are you trying to say?
What do you mean normal audience? Are they normal?
They're like us, Alex. They're like you'd fit in quite well, actually. Not gonna lie. you'd fit in real good.
I feel like that was a really good episode.
It was great, man.
And like I'm right there with you. I try and bring my A game to the Flame Trench, and I mean I try to bring my A game to everything, but the Flame Trench in particular, because our faces are on camera. It's like every week my heart rate spikes before we go live because I know like this is one of our marquee shows and our faces are on and we want to not seem stupid and actually have insightful things to say about the news of the week.
That's complicated, Jack.
My Friday is typically spent like preparing for the Flame Trench, like making sure I've seen the press conferences or read the news or what have you, and it's it can be Kevin.
Dude, it's looping.
It's a really good loop. To be fair, it's a really good loop. Like I have to give him that.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I can't believe that exists forever now. I'm glad you picked up what I was putting down though, because I didn't even type anything. I just ran away from the computer while I wasn't on screen. And like the first thing I grabbed was this, which is parchment paper, which we had for some reason. And yeah, I had to then go back and run and grab the tin foil. It was the whole thing, but it worked.
The cookie's fortune.
Also, chat. I see Memby saying it. I saw chat saying it. I like when we have pop-ins like Burgonator last week, Das this week. I think it like if someone is chomping at the bit to say something, like jump in and say the thing. I really like that. I don't know.
MBs want us to have a beard off. See who has the best beard by the time IFT5 rolls around. I think Jack's gonna win.
Yeah, it's gonna be me, dude. Well, like let's pick
Jack's
a fight you can win. Like you actually need a fighting chance.
Yeah, he's got the touch of gray that I just don't have. Sucks.
I mean, at least you have hair on your head.
I do not.
I mean, more than me,
It's
buddy.
it's seen better days up there.
I've seen better days.
Yeah, good song, dude.
Oh God, Kevin, why? I probably would have lost it.
Well, I have things to do in the morning, like being on
Are
a
you
Starlink
bailing?
stream.
What are you
Yeah,
in
I'm gonna
Game
be
of Thrones?
bailing.
Is your name Balin Greyjoy?
Yeah, well, I have multiple things to do
Thank you,
tomorrow.
EJ. Thank you. It took a long walk to get there, but we got there. Thank you.
Oh, dear Lord. I need to write Starbase Update. I believe
Uh-huh.
Ryan said that the writer cut is done, just, needs
Alex, ¿qué hora es
rendering.
ahora?
It's also a flyover. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna wake up, then label things, stick around for Starlink, and maybe I will take a nap, and then we'll wake up and fully do the script.
Okay. I'm going to try and
That's
record
my
as early as
thinking.
possible, but it's also been like nuclear
Gracias.
out, so we'll see how that goes depending on when the script comes in.
I'll definitely, try to get it for our deadline of noon Central.
I'm thinking
There's
about
plenty of time.
I'm thinking about trying to record from out in the flats behind the rocket garden, just to change it up a little bit. But I'm also slightly terrified of doing that because, like, I have a system right now for Starbase Update, and if I change things, we're increasing the likelihood that I deliver suboptimal footage. So I don't know if I'll actually do that, but I'm tempted to.
Is there a location where you can see both towers from? Like you have the two towers behind you?
That's how it was
My
last week,
camera's
you
always
dingus.
blurry, Crash.
Really?
Blurry this whole time.
Yeah.
No, last week was Ryan.
The week before that,
Dingus.
then. Shut up.
Dingus.
Oh, look at all these Jack hat and emojis.
Oh, God. Members, no. No, members. Why?
Oh, yeah. Oh, keep it coming, bros. Keep it coming. Oh, this is great.
Ryan's just mad about the Mr. Map thing, so he's trying to get revenge.
He's become Ryan Winton. Took the W.
But yeah, to finish up my thought, it's this Flame Trench can be stressful, especially this week. We had Jamie in chat like interacting, and I was like, "Oh God, don't say something stupid! Don't say something stupid!" And then she typed, "I want Jack to have an actual literal tinfoil hat."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh shit!
Also,
okay, we're doing
and
this."
you were gone.
I want to show you this,
You
just because.
sounds like he's gone. All right.
So, just saying, the last Starbase update that you were in, you were actually next to the OLM, so you were not near, on a view that.
But I'm probably thinking of Henson Shaving and Starbase Overview. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
It is already.
Is it Henson or is it Novium?
Henson.
Yeah. Hey, Falcon's Maze. Falcon's Maze. That cannonball run idea. That's not a bad idea. Jack, how far are you? How far are you from Starbase?
Like 20 miles.
No, like at your apartment.
1,600. I've had this thought since back in the Starhopper days. You know, like when Trevor Mallman and John Kraut, like everyone would be driving out. Like we should do a Starbase cannonball run, and we figure out. You know, we set some number, 1,000 miles or whatever. Everybody gets to a spot where they're 1,000 miles out, and then we all leave at the same exact time, and we stream it or do whatever we can. Like I really think
I should probably do that.
Like if we had a second channel, that would be prime second channel content, where it was like, Starbase Cannonball Run, and it's like not space news or whatever. It's just some space nerds who you enjoy hanging out with, driving cars very safely, but as rapidly and safely as possible to Starbase to see who gets there first. And like whoever gets to the beach, like something like that, I think would be really cool. We'll have to do it in one of our copious.
That's basically what my road trip, the road trip that I did. What I was right behind. We were a little ways behind, like about, I don't know, maybe 12 hours behind UND, and then the brakes went on the truck, so I had to fix them. Yeah, we were. I was gonna get down there. We were gonna go, and then we were gonna stop at Starbase, the Cape. We did. We ended up going. We ended up going to the Cape, but we didn't get to Starbase because the brakes went out, and we had to wait a day, which sucked.
Dang.
Yeah, man. That road trip that I did was it was a, as you say, a safe cannonball. We did San Diego to Titusville to the Cape, and then from the Cape to Boston. It was 4,500 miles.
Wow.
It was.
Yeah,
it
that's
was,
serious.
It was bananas, dude.
That's serious.
Alex, that's like 6,500 Ks or something.
Oh!
It's a long way, dude.
It's like The Simpsons.
Yeah, right.
This
It's
man's
like
been overgassed.
when it
that's
says,
Futurama.
Do you know how far India is? It's 16,000 kilometers. It's 23,000 kilometers. It's like, what? Anyway,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
watching that episode yesterday, so that's why.
Nice.
Yeah, I gotta leave. I have
Just did
things to
15K.
do.
All right, man. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just did 50K? Get Canadian? Piss off! I drove to 3 corners of the United States. What do you
What do
mean?
you have to say? Oh, yeah, you're already. Hey,
Bye.
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 Oh, I'm Alex. I have to go.
Yeah, because I don't know. I have. I mean,
Oh, I'm Alex. I have really long answers. I'm still gonna give him crap. I have really long answers, but I have
if
really
you want
short
a script,
shows.
if you want a script that is
I
on
can't hear you.
time, then
You're
I
muted.
need to go.
Then go.
If you want,
Why are you still
Hasta
here?
mañana,
Yeah.
Alejandro.
They can't even hear you.
Gracias, amigo. Hasta mañana.
Yes. Are you gonna go or not, bro? Do you have stuff to do, or are you lying to us? Talk about
Yeah.
gaslighting. Oh, geez, guys, I have so much to do. I gotta go. Eat some.
yeah, I'm
Alex.
busy.
Alex, busy?
I'm
No
so
way.
busy.
Bro, I actually do have to go in a little bit. Not right now. I have to go because I have my Friday night racing league dog.
Ooh,
Race with-
like
we race with,
actual racing cars, or is it a video game?
We race in Assetto Corsa.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you
I have
like?
stuff
What are
to
you?
do.
What are you driving? What are you racing?
I don't know what we're doing tonight. I think I don't know. We got to figure it out. We usually drive GT3. If that means anything to you, Jack. I don't know how much you know
I'm
about
googling
racing,
it,
to be honest.
pretending like I know what you're talking about.
Just nod and smile.
GT3.
Yep. So the class that we raced last week, we kind of race everything. We just race. We usually race what's going on, but the league that we race the most is called IMSA, International Motorsports Association. So IMSA GT3. The reason why we do that is because I have a buddy that drives in that series.
Super cool.
Can you race? Yeah, Wendy, if you know how to install some mods on Assetto Corsa, sure. It's open league. Anybody's welcome to come.
Dude, you
Just
have
did 50K.
you have
Alberta to Boca Chica to
like you
Cape
live
East
rent free in
Nashville.
my mind because every time I see an old truck now, I'm like,
Yeah.
I really got to get a picture of that and send it to EJ. Like,
Yeah.
I was back home in Florida over the weekend for my mom's 70th, and as I was pulling into their neighborhood, there was like the most patinaed and old and busted looking Ford, but it was beautiful, and it was pulling a big ass lawn trailer, so like very clearly still working. And I was just like, oh, I really like. He was like backing the trailer in, and I was stuck in the street while he was doing that, and I almost grabbed my phone, but I didn't. But every time I see an old truck, I'm like, man, I really got to get a picture of that for EJ.
Yeah, man. Old trucks are awesome.
Why are you still here? Yeah, they can't hear you.
Alex
Go
is still
away.
talking. Alex is still talking. That's awesome. Hey, Alex, and for what it's worth, I like every truck, everything. I like heavy equipment, everything, everything, dump trucks, work trucks, lawnmower trucks. I don't care. Heavy machinery makes me happy.
Yeah, that crane thing though. Holy cannoli.
Yeah. No, don't. I have a buddy who, like I said, is a heavy crane operator. He's known to lift some things from time to time, and he operates cranes like that. He was like, I wouldn't touch that thing right now. I wouldn't. Just get away from it. Small forklifts? Sure, man. Shysters. Shyster is the best. The Shyster is the best forklift. Hell yeah, brother. Brother.
I want to get forklift certified just so I can do unhinged things and say, "Oh, it's fine. I'm forklift certified," and like do a backflip off a bridge or something. Like it just feels like it'd be fun to do.
Okay.
I don't know. I see it on the internet all the time. Like, oh, I'm forklift certified. Like, sets
EJ, do
hands
the
on
funniest
fire.
do the funniest accent you can. All right. Okay.
Don't get us canceled.
Jack, bring me a sandwich from the dumpster and leave the maggots on it.
So good. So
I'm
I also always forget that you do a good Zoidberg.
Good news, everyone! It's a suppository.
Nice.
It's diamondium, you nincompoop. No, it's not. It's diamondium.
Whoa, you do a really good Wernstrom. It's a really good Wernstrom.
Farnsworth.
Oh, hold up. I'm getting an important call. I'm muting myself.
Oh gosh, am I in trouble? All this constant exposure to the internet is making me thirsty. Dillion Q36 space modulator. Jack, who's on the phone? Yeah, he's muted. Jack! Jack! Who is on the phone? She's gonna leave us in suspense like this? Look at this guy. Ring, 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 banana phone. Oh, uh-oh. Uh... Oh, jeez. Yeah, I hope
Everything's fine.
It didn't look like everything was fine, man.
Everything's fine.
Oh, hey, that's me.
Oh, wait, other hand.
Yeah.
It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay?
I think it is. I think it is. I need to get some food, and then I
Where
need
are
to
your
go,
parents?
What?
What? All right. Alvaro gets it. It's time to stop. I'm the ramen king.
That reminds me, I
should
should
stop.
probably eat something. I'm hungry.
Eating is generally good for humans. to do.
¿Tienes hambres, amigo?
Tengo hambre, sí.
Alex,
Okay.
go do work.
Me puedo hacer también una sopita.
I don't know what this secret
Yeah.
language you're talking. I don't know I don't know what you're saying. I don't believe it's real.
Well,
Eh?
I don't know.
Well, nobody can hear you. Stop talking and go do stuff.
They're hearing me because they're saying what I'm saying. Alvaro just knew. He's Spanish, so he knows what I said.
Space
the only one
Kangaroo
that
is
he
asking
actually
what is objectively the best Spanish food. Is it
Oh, there's so
jamon?
many good. I mean, sure, that's one of them. Um, there's other types of food that I like. Serranito, for example, which is a type of sandwich that we have.
Me gusta arroz de España.
La
Same.
paella.
Not bad. It's okay. Pretty good. Jack, tienes manos pequeños.
I have something. I have a small something. What?
Little hands.
I don't have little hands.
I don't know, man. I just said something.
I have regular hands.
How do we know?
I don't know. What do you like? Here,
Hold up a soda can.
Here's my hand compared to an AirPod thing. I don't know. I don't have a soda can. Here's my hand compared to a mug. Completely normal hand. What is going on?
I don't know.
Why?
There's also
Okay.
about Spanish food. There's also this typical thing of like, if you want to take paella, for example, go to Valencia. That's where it is from. You shouldn't go to Seville, for example, to get paella. And people come here to Seville and they're like, I want a paella. And it's like, no, you should go to Valencia. That's where it is from. Right? Like, I don't know. There's probably the same thing in the US where there's like, if you want to eat a piece of food that is from like Illinois, you just don't go to Florida, right? It like that's the whole thing here.
So
I don't know.
yeah, Alex, no, that happens, but here's the thing: it's not by like state; it's by whoever immigrated there and who settled there. So like Chicago is known for a different style of pizza
Deep
than
dish.
New York.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like in Boston here, like there are certain. What?
Yeah, it's crap.
What about Detroit pizza, Kevin?
Although
Yes.
I'll
Yes,
probably,
Detroit.
Detroit
probably-
pizza is the best.
That's the best pizza. Detroit pizza
I'm Italian.
best.
I'll probably
Detroit
get
pizza's
reprimanded by
king.
All
saying
other
this,
pizzas
but
worse.
I'll probably get reprimanded tonight about this. But yeah, Chicago pizza, it's crap.
I like Chicago style. I don't love Chicago style, but I like Chicago style. Sometimes I want Chicago style, but
So,
Detroit is where
Detroit-
it's at.
Detroit
Detroit
pizza.
style-
What does it have? Like car engines and
New York-
mug shots.
Cap hats, dude.
New York pizza is crap. Like, get that crap out of here. I don't want to
mind the-
fold my slice. I don't want grease
Whoa.
dribbling out of the thing. Like, I don't know. Detroit,
Bro,
where it's at.
I mean, you guys, pizza's just, you get to eat pizza. I like all kinds of pizza. So Detroit style pizza, Alex, is Sicilian. It's Sicilian or Calabrian pizza. So it's from southern Italy. New York style pizza is thin crust. It's from the northern parts of Italy because that's who emigrated there.
Detroit is like spicier, typically has fluffier, airier crust. It's thicker. It's typically square.
Their dough rise. Yeah, Sicilian pizza is square, and it's the dough. They let the dough rise longer.
One of the
Then-
things.
And they make it so
thin
that
crust.
like the crust, like if I'm eating a regular slice of pizza, it's generally 50-50 if I'll actually eat the crust. I mean, sometimes the crust is good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes you get like stuffed crust from Pizza Hut or whatever, and you're like, okay, it's basically free cheese sticks. But the crust on Detroit pizza is like the best part. It's so good. It's so crunchy and crispy and buttery and
Yeah.
airy. It's just the best. Now I want Detroit pizza, and I'm in
I gotta
Brownsville.
I gotta say
So
because some Spanish, of course, a lot of the great food in the U.S. is Hispanic food, and I cannot be more proud of that sort of shared heritage, I guess. Because when I went there, a lot of the Hispanic food there, it was like
Heritage.
we went to a Mexican and they had beans and rice and everything, and it looked good. Like you go to the UK, their beans, it's like they look awful.
bro, they put beans on bread and then eat it with silverware. All right.
Oh, holy cow! We
That
have
boy ain't right. I
We
tell
have a
you
pizza
what.
diagram.
Yep.
St. Louis? I didn't realize there was that many
Bro, Italians are everywhere.
there was that many styles.
We're everywhere.
Yeah, Detroit's where it's at.
Detroit pizza, it will fill you up every
It's the
time.
best pizza.
It's freaking delicious.
Actually, when I went home over the weekend, I got Jets Pizza, which is like a chain.
Oh.
They make Detroit
I
pizza.
love Jets.
It's not the best Detroit pizza, but it's a solid Detroit
Oh,
pizza.
it's so good, dude.
So yeah, I
Well,
like when I'm home, I get all the foods
Just-
that I can get in Florida only. And so I got a Publix sub, I got Jets Pizza, and I got Pollo Tropical because that's like I can't get those in LA, and I can't get the. I mean, I can get Detroit
Pollo
pizza.
Tropical. That's the
Okay.
best name.
just because I'm seeing
It's tropical chicken. Where?
Yeah.
Which one? Nice.
just
Actually,
because I'm seeing Star in chat, I'm gonna say you gotta get me one of these then, because I'm going to the Midwest, so I gotta
Okay.
try that kind of stuff.
Go to Jets, dude.
Make her do
Jets.
it. Make her do it.
J-E-T-S.
Yeah.
Cornish
Also, hi
pastries.
Star. We match.
Hi.
Yeah, Cornish. What? Actually, one of my best friends from the
Beach
stream
match, you
is
can call it.
from Cornwall, dude. So yeah.
Oh yeah, we're
Cornwall?
going to Chicago. Should we go to Detroit?
Yeah, baby.
Probably talk about it tonight. Anyways.
Chicago and Detroit are not near each other, man.
I know.
I don't know if you know how this U.S. thing works, but it's pretty spread out.
I know.
Okay.
It's only 5 hours. Yeah, I can take that. Sure.
You could take the train, believe it or not. Yeah, if you really want to. You can take Amtrak.
Yeah.
Is that Amtrak?
Yep.
If I'm gonna be in the U.S., the U.S. thing is like long drives. Sure, let's do it.
Based. Very
James
based.
Atkinson is asking pineapple on pizza, yes or no? And my answer
No.
to that is there's a time and a place for everything, and it's called college, Kevin.
I can't do it. Yeah, I mean I've had it. It tastes okay, but it ain't like
When it's like 3
pepperoni,
a.m.
mortadella,
and you're wasted and you're in college.
meat lovers, dude. That's what
I mean,
that's what I always
Meat
order.
lovers.
I'm-
Yeah.
That's my
lovers,
standard
man.
go-to. But if you've already done that multiple times in the week, and you want to feel like you're eating fruit and it's more healthy, then you get pineapple on there. But I haven't had pineapple on a pizza in a hot minute. I'm just saying, in college, I may or may not have done that. But yes, Avenger, Jets Meat Lovers is my go-to when I go
So,
there.
Alex, if you go to Detroit, and this goes for anybody else, my chat's saying drive to the Original Buddies. That's like classic Detroit style pizza.
Oh, I'm gonna be so jealous.
Bro,
Also,
my
if
wife is from
if you're
Dearborn,
in
man.
LA,
I get treated to
uh,
Michigan pizza every time I go there, and it's
I'm probably gonna be
fantastic.
doxing myself here a little bit. I'm going on the 29th of August, right? I was planning to come back on the 16th so that in between I can see Flight 5. So my plan was to in between go to Starbase. However, it's kind of looking like it might delay.
Those
me
are
on that.
also not near each other, man. That's like a 20-hour drive.
It's within the U.S. and a flight is like $200. I can afford
Yeah,
it. So.
no, that's fair. I thought you were gonna drive.
It's easier than me having to go just specifically to go to Starbase.
Yeah.
And cheaper.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the plan. So if it delays, then that means I can stay for longer in the Midwest, and I may go to Detroit. Who knows? We'll see.
Also, if you're in LA, there is a Detroit pizza
That's gonna be for my next trip afterwards.
restaurant. I don't know if it can be called a restaurant. This dude got fired during the pandemic, and then basically makes pizza out of his home. He's got an Instagram. It's called Dough Daddy. Can I get it on the? Yeah, Dough Daddy.
Are you showing your phone to the camera?
It's so good. It's so good. It's the best pizza.
It does look.
NSF,
it does look
not
good,
sponsored.
So you have to call the guy or sign up on the website. There's only a limited number of pizzas, a limited number of days a week, but it is the best Detroit pizza I have ever had. So if you're in LA, Dough Daddy.
So, Alex, another thing about Detroit pizza, the reason why it's pan pizza, it's square, but the reason why it's pan pizza is because people took home extra automotive trays for holding car parts and washed them and made pizza in them. So you asked. I mean, you asked. That's why. Yep. They took trays for holding car parts, just took them home, cleaned them, and made pizza in it. True story.
Are there also muggings there?
What? It depends on where you go, to be honest with you. There are some extremely affluent Detroit neighborhoods, and it's very strange because you'll be driving down the street and it'll look like picturesque, like if you're in Grosse Pointe, And then if you go south like a mile, it looks like a war zone. It's very, very strange. Like you could cross a street and then it's just like
EJ,
just happened. Yeah.
you could say you could go there and it's a steal.
What are you doing? What was that laugh? Jesus Christ.
He's dying. He might actually be dying.
Are you joking?
We might be in trouble for Starbase update.
Alex? What the
Oh my god, I went to Detroit and it was a steal.
He's become delirious.
You okay?
Anyway.
Yeah, exactly, Avenger. That's right, man.
To be fair, now they don't have that much of a fame for that, but boy, a few years ago, oof.
Bro, I freaking love Detroit. I love that city. I like factories.
The only thing I know about Detroit is that it was on a game that I played when I was a kid about racing, and of course it was about racing because Detroit.
Is Detroit where the bean is, or is that in Chicago?
Isn't that Chicago?
The big bean sculpture thing, the silver bean thing.
I think that's Chicago, yeah.
Chicago, yeah. Star says Chicago. Avenger.
Detroit is
Space Panda.
The automobile, man.
Eric.
It's where mass production was invented, man. It's a freaking mecca for any mechanical engineer. It's awesome. Why am I, oh Jesus.
Well, I believe EJ just went to the Pacific Northwest to Seattle.
How
long did you have this teed up? You should have done this during the stream, man.
Really,
damn.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that didn't work out. It's amazing. That's amazing.
The Uniroyal Tire Avenger, hell yeah, on 75, dude.
All right, well, I do have places to do and people to be.
I'm hungry. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I'm exceptionally hungry, and I have people to be and places to do. So,
people to do, places to what? You okay?
People to do?
Call the Bondulans. Jack Stronking the ambulance. Call the Bamesnons having a stronk.
I smell burning toast. I smell burning toast. All right. Mambies, you're the best. Please don't feel the need to use that react excessively.
Use it.
Now they're going to be doing it more times.
Please use it and
it's funny how
on my face.
He did this on his own, and then he's like, "Oh, please don't use it." Like,
no, Jamie. Jamie did it. It's Jamie's fault.
It's Jamie's fault. Yeah.
And then she gifted 50 memberships, so I felt good about myself until I remembered that it's on the internet forever. Dear God.
Chat is flying.
I've never seen it move that fast. I've literally never seen it move that fast.
That's so good, man. Oh no.
What have I done? What have I become? All right, I'm out of here. Thanks, Mambies. You guys are the best.
All right, Jack. I'll see you next week, buddy.
Good stuff, man. It was a good. I really feel like this was a strong episode, so I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I tried to keep it, spicy but tame. We're not talking 50,000 Scoville here, but you got to.
Habanero, not California Reaper or Carolina Reaper or whatever it is. One of those Reapers.
California Reaper.
I don't know. I need food.
Okay?
My blood sugar's dropping. All right.
My blood sugar. My glycals.
Any excuse I can pull out of the hat. All right. Love you guys.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
I don't even care. That's funny as hell. Please do this during the next one, please. It's so good, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, stick around. I gotta go soon. I gotta race. I'm a semi-professional race car driver. Okay. If you ain't first, you're last. Okay. Oh God.
Here lies EJSA.
Oh boy.
Well,
EJ's still here. I'm always here. I am omnipresent.
oh my god. There we go.
I need press briefing clothing for that, chat. All right. You know what I really would like is for Boeing to be like, oh, that guy, you know, he has a, yeah, and then like be like, yo, come here and look at this stuff, and I go and look at it, and everything.
See, I may be stupid, but I do think that Boeing should do more, more press conferences, and that it will actually be a lot more beneficial for them, even though they probably think otherwise. But that's my take.
Can I talk?
You're talking right now. Of course you can.
Yeah, no, chat's saying I'm not. 5x5, 5x5, 5x5.
Okay.
Yeah, chat, what are you, drunk? Why are you booing me? I'm right. Oh, that's probably me. I have a
Or
fan on it.
me,
It's
because
quite...
I'm also around here next to my fan.
How's that? Better?
Only fans.
Actually, I don't actually have an only fans. I have an only vans. Guys, it's on my website, ejsa.space/onlyvans. Yeah. It's just pictures of vans. I'm not kidding. Seriously, I'm not kidding. It's just pictures of van. Yeah, no, Alvaro, you got to put /ejsa.space/onlyvans. You got to be careful though. It's NSFW. It's not safe for wrenches. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? And then there's just pictures of vans. You know, we got vans with the hood up, vans with the barn doors open,
Wow.
vans that have been around the block, lifted vans, lowered vans. We got all kinds of stuff.
Can you see the exhaust tube and all?
Oh, yeah. Some of them have
Wow.
the back doors completely open. You can see everything. You can see the insides. Weird, man. Yeah, of course.
Do
Vans
they
that
have
haven't
any
been
junk
washed.
in the trunk?
Yeah, of course. Some of them have stereos. Some of them have big bass, you know, no treble. Oh, I've thought about this joke. Don't worry. And it's for times like this. Exactly.
Okay, well, I'm officially dropping out. Bye.
Why?
I need to do things and call other people, so bye.
Pero yo tengo zapatos.
¿Qué tienes? Zapatos. ¿Para qué?
Sí.
Para caminar.
Okay.
Para andar.
Okay. Yeah, I have shoes.
You have
But,
shoes,
pero,
yeah, to walk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That is what you said. I'm stupid.
I actually have no shoes right now. Because I'm
No
at home.
zapatos. Dios mío.
Estoy descalzo.
Oh, okay. In the casa?
Descalzo means shoeless. I'm not wearing shoes.
Oh. Why not?
Because I'm at home. I don't need
La
to.
casa. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Man. All right.
Estoy en mi casa. Anyway, see ya.
All right, man. Have a good
Bye.
night, dude. Good chat today, buddy.
Yep. See you next time.
Yep. I don't really have too much to say right now. What's that? Oh. What's so interesting at Boeing? Yes. Chat, do you understand necesito la cerveza? You understand that? You know what that means? Tango no cerveza, pero tango no, pero necesito cerveza. It's ridiculous. How long would it take to fix the crane at Starbase? Oh, dude, I don't know. They're gonna have to. I had a brief conversation right before the flame trench with a buddy of mine that knows this stuff. He said he wouldn't go near it. I wouldn't go near it. So, I mean, the part that broke is up at the part that's like way up in the air. So you're gonna have to take the crane down. You're gonna have to not disassemble it, but so that dolly cart, Kevin, can you bring the crane footage up, dude? So there's a dolly that carries the end of the crane for assembly and disassembly. It's that wheeled thing that I said was the size of a truck during the flame trench, and yeah, that wheels the crane down, and they use it to assemble and disassemble it, and they also use it to stow it, right? But the part that broke, so if you look at the main boom on the crane, that's the long part that's going up in the air past the tower in that picture, right? And then that's the boom, and then you have two jibs. The two jibs are those two pieces that are sticking up. It's the two tallest parts. Now, if you look at where the jibs connect into the boom, right, there's two stabilizers in there. I said on stream it was a pendant, and pendants are the things that are holding, like the jibs to the boom, right? And pendants also hold the jib to the mast, right? You'll see two little struts at the bottom of the first jib connected to the boom. Though that's what broke. It wasn't a pendant. It was one of the stabilizer bars. So that's why it became destabilized and moved around. Yeah, that's somebody in my chat says SpaceX sucks. All right. So you suck. How about that? So, I mean, if the stabilizer broke, they're gonna have to run that dolly all the way out, and they're gonna have to flatten the boom to get at it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, some random one. Yeah, whatever, dude. Bogey crane, nice. So yeah, guys, that's a oh geez, that footage is not okay. Like that's scary. That's some scary stuff right there. Dude, look at the boom moving around. The boom extension. That is not okay. It almost moved off the dolly. If it moved off the dolly, you would have had a little bit of a problem. How could this have happened? I don't know, Dean. It could be windage. Could be a bunch of different things. Can you not keep me in this little box? It's kind of weird. Thank you. So, yeah, that's a lattice crawler. They're designed to be assembled. You can assemble it like a kit. I'm sure if you've ever just driven around on the highway in the U.S. or anywhere else, like you've probably seen the segments, like that right there. You could see the segment that's just to the left of the crane that I'm pointing at past this wire spool right here. They carry them around on trucks, and you can assemble them basically like a big Lego kit. What they use to assemble these things are telescoping cranes. They use a crane to make a bigger crane. The telescoping crane that was used to assemble that CC8800 is actually on frame right here, Kevin. It's on the other side of that telehandler. Yeah, I would run for my life too, Alien. That boom weighs a lot. Those crane segments are very heavy. It's out of frame. Crap. You got to look at the zoomed out view. Yeah, see the telescoping crane? Sorry, I have a troll in my chat. You guys want to hear something funny? You guys, SpaceX belongs to a hypocrite billionaire, supports far right in the USA, the far right who deny climate change. Wow. All right. That same billionaire also owns an electric car company that's trying to offset carbon footprint more than any other entity, right? Like, hey, knowledge is power, dude. Knowledge is power, dude. So, yeah, fellas, if you look at that other crane on the right, the yellow one with the gray part, that's a telescoping crane. So a telescoping crane works like a telescope. It uses hydraulics or pulleys. I mean, it depends on the crane to extend. And they use that. I mean, the telescoping crane is obviously a crane that, because it can telescope, you can just drive it around like a regular vehicle. You can't drive it around like a regular vehicle. It ain't no Prius, but they drive those around, and then trucks deliver the pieces of the crane. They assemble it on site. So, long story short, why do I tell you all this? One, because I think cranes are really freaking cool. Cranes are really cool. Second part is, they can take the crane apart and fix the piece that broke. You can just take it apart. You have the crane to do it. It's right there. That's what that crane is designed to do. The telescoping crane, I'd have to, Credence, let me look at it again. So the big crane operated by SpaceX. Bob, I think the CC8800 is contracted. There is another crane that SpaceX has. It's a Libra 11,000 that's black and white, and that crane is all around. Oh, it is. It is a crawler. It's a telescoping crawler. Excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I mean, same deal. So the telescoping crawler point is that it doesn't need to be assembled, but you're not driving that thing around on the street. That would be moved on a truck, but it would be moved as one piece. Didn't Tony Stark say he's not once? Didn't Tony Stark say that he is not his company? I guess. I mean, I don't know. Look, man, I'm just here for cars, trucks, rockets, trains. That's what I'm here for. That's all I'm saying. Dudes, I don't know about you guys. And cranes, yeah. Cranes big time. I don't know about you guys. I watch these NSF videos still. I still watch them all because I like looking at the cranes and stuff. Even the footage that Jack shoots is like cranes and trucks driving by. I watch them, and I'm like, oh, damn, look at that truck. Oh, damn, look at that truck. It's so bad. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Have fun racing, going to bed. All right, Crab. Yeah, Kevin, we should shut it down, yeah? All right. EJ isn't here for boats. Oh, I'm here for everything. Any mechanized form of transport is awesome. Except Ship 26. That thing can piss right the hell off. I'm leaving. Bye, Kevin. Hey, I got him to stop.
You did. Okay, bye.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, planet. Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal. Flight down to SC off. Say again, SC off.
It's orange!
145. Oh my God!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, you know.
300 143 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
How much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Wait just 1 minute.